would you go do that?
You better show me a real good time.
Ooh. Instant transmission having ass.
All right. Yeah.
Nice, nice. Need to get one more civilian.
You're dead meat. I believe it's time we end this little game. Where am I? Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools!
Not this time.
Dragon Fist!
I lost a bar of health. Bullshit.
Damn it! Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools!
Where did this one go?
You'll be dead soon. So allow me to show you the true power of a Saiyan elite. Signify! Burst open and mix! Saiyans in the Great Eightfold have powers 10 times greater than normal.
This one's gone. Easy one.
Detach his hands before they were able to make their way through a small portal before I was able to react in time. And so this bastard got exactly what he came looking to collect here, because it was a trap. As Ravagore then went on to respond, "Who we are is not important, for our mission will soon be complete once Lord Raijin is brought back into regaining his position of power. And you mortals will all serve as cattle," Ravagore continues. "You will very soon come to find out the true horrors of our race, and thus I only have one last task that I was set out to achieve, and that is to eliminate as many of you day-walking mortals as I possibly can, even if it means giving up my own life to see that you are both destroyed." As Gohan then went on to question, "Whoa, what the heck is he doing?" "Oh, no you don't." Piccolo quickly went on by leaping on over and shutting Ravagore's mouth. "Oh, hurry Gohan, we've got to destroy this monster while we can. Now hurry and blast this monster right now while I'm still able to hold him. So send this monster into the grave and hit him with everything you can." With Gohan then having to respond, "It's about time that we shut this creature down, and I couldn't think of a better attack to send this monster packing than this one." In which seconds later, with Gohan now being shown firing off a gigantic Kamehameha with Piccolo being shown holding the demon in place, was when Piccolo then went on to shout, "Oh, now let's just hope that this works. Now go and tell your so-called masters that we aren't scared of any of them." To which upon Gohan's Kamehameha now being shown having to make initial contact by blasting Ravagore away, was when Gohan then went on to chime back in, "And do make sure that the next time that you and your little buddies from down under in the demon realm decide to invade our planet, that they bring more than just one demon to try and get the job done here." As Piccolo then went on to shout, "Oh, so now that one definitely hurts." Whoa, no, are you okay, Piccolo? I swear I didn't mean to do that." "Oh, yeah, well, don't sweat it, kid. Because so as long as that thing that we were dealing with is now gone, we can at least now take a little bit of time to get ourselves together and get down to the bottom of just what the hell is going on around here lately. But what's worse is the fact that that monster was able to remove his hands and go back into that realm that it came from with our blood beneath its fingernails, so I don't like that." With Gohan being shown having to point out by then responding, "Well, actually, after blasting that thing, I saw something falling down from the sky that looked like it belonged to that thing, and I think it's somewhere over in that area over there, so if we're hoping to get any sort of answers here, then we better start looking around." With Piccolo responding, "That's actually a good idea, because at least we'd start covering some ground here, so okay, while I go and look, just be sure to keep your eye out on whatever else could be lurking around here that's just waiting to attack us when we least expect it." With Gohan responding, "You got it, but let's just try and hurry and make this quick." To which, as Piccolo is now shown having to approach the area which Gohan had pointed out was when Piccolo then went on to respond, well, I wasn't planning on hanging around here all night, so once we've done doing what we've got to do, let's go and head back to Bulma's and see if she can help us with any of our demon problems here, and go figure. Fresh blood, Piccolo continues, but there's something in the middle, something solid. Wait, hold on a second, Piccolo continues. This looks like a piece of that demon's horn that must have been blown right off his head, and it still looks very fresh too. Well, this could actually be something that can help shed some answers on what's going on, Piccolo continues, and if there's anyone who would be able to get down to the bottom of almost anything, then it's certainly Bulma and Dr. Hedo, and so we better go get to them now before more show up, Piccolo continues, and let's just hope that we can get some answers out of making out what the hell is going on around here by showing her this, to which all the while when then going back onto Beerus's planet, it would only now seem as though Whis' conversation with Vegeta was now shown continuing as Whis went on to then respond, oh dear, well, it looks as though this might actually be a much bigger problem now than how I originally assumed that it would be, but, well, in order for us to know for sure, then I must seek out and go speak with the Grand Priest in order to find out more information on what may have caused all of this, and quite honestly, this was the last thing that I'm sure any one of us would have wanted to see happen, but unfortunately it has, with Vegeta then responding, wait, hold on a second, so you're meaning to tell me that your psychopath of a brother Murno was once responsible for sealing this demon realm away? But then what does this mean for all of those demons who are now in the demon realm? Oh, just great. Vegeta went on to try to locate Goku once again by responding, I can't seem to get any sort of reading on Kakarot's life energy anywhere, no matter where I look. Oh, but I know that there must be a way to reach him somehow. But how if I can't sense his life signature? Oh, damn you, clown. You sure picked a great time to take a vacation, you idiots. With Whis then having to chime in, well, you won't be able to find Goku if he is somewhere in the demon realm just by having to search for him the old-fashioned way, Vegeta. But here, I want you to take this. Whis went on to hand over the book to Vegeta by then responding, since we angels are never to go and learn of the dark arts which make up or counter a demon, maybe you can go and pick something up and learn a few things from this book, along with expanding your knowledge on learning more about who and what these creatures are. This entire so-called demon realm situation, Beerus then went on to say to himself, really seems to have Whis a little on edge, especially since it looks like he's about to leave and take off and go somewhere. A little odd, but maybe this entire situation is worth looking into once I've taken a small nap. Though I do wonder on why he'd give Vegeta that book while he leaves. What does Whis know about these demons that I don't already know? Beerus went on to question, with Whis then having to respond, now I'm not entirely sure on what is currently taking place within the moment until I speak with the Grand Minister about this, but while I'm away, I do ask for both you and Lord Beerus to keep your eyes and ears wide open in case either of you come across anything strange around here, Whis continues. We can't be too sure about this until we get down to the bottom of what exactly is going on here. Well, and just in case if we do, Vegeta responds, then we'll take care of it while we
right now we're in the lobby.
Whis.
4 out of 8.
Though I'm not entirely sure on what I'll be able to find in here, Vegeta continues, but I'll try to see what I can look into and get as many answers as I can, if anything, with Whis then responding, good, so do make sure that nothing else goes wrong around here if you or Lord Beerus happen to run into any sort of trouble, to which as Whis was then shown having to take his leave was when Vegeta had now gone as far as to look on up by then responding, oh, just great. And now it looks like we'll be stuck here dealing with demons the entire time. Oh, well, this was certainly not what I had in mind here today. And just when we managed to get ourselves out of one mess, here we are finding ourselves getting dragged into another. Oh, and I don't even know as to where I'm supposed to start or what I'm even supposed to be looking for in this damn book. This would have been so much easier if we had just gone and fought the demons head on instead of just doing, well, this. Well, I doubt that you'll be able to find anything in that book that Whis gave you there that will help you learn of anything that would be of use to you against these demons, Vegeta. Beerus went on to then quickly chime in. But then again, I haven't read that book there in millions of years, so I likely forgot about what's even in that damn
Alright, we found another
to
match.
begin with, but do be
Just
my
started in
guest
2
there
minutes.
and go on ahead and look, with Vegeta then having to question, wait, so you yourself once read from this book, Lord Beerus? But if you did, then how come you don't seem to remember anything that's inside of it that talks about, well, how to deal with them? Or did you just truly forget? Well, I did happen to just skim right by it or whatever, Beerus responds, but I don't know, maybe you'll have better luck on reading through that thing and understanding on what needs to be done to stop those.
A level 2 cell. You know the deal. Key rush him. Try to beat him up at level 2.
We'll see about that. Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Get my level 2 real quick. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Okay, so we have four Dragon Balls so far. Oh, Dragon Ball hunting. Get one more cube though. That guy has 2.
Savior.
Should have planted that E key, but trying to get the Dragon Ball as fast as possible.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
You have 6 balls so far.
Savior.
That's the survivor guy. He has that ball. It's down yet.
Flying Nimbus. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
That person didn't have a Dragon Ball. Get that, fam. This guy had the last ball.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
So we need to find this A key and stay far away from cell as possible.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Could have a power key radar. Or sorry, a Dragon Ball radar.
Holy hell.
Yeah, it's the last Dragon Ball. And why didn't no one revive this guy?
Power key. Place it now.
He saw me. Bro, I'm trying to get the fuck. Sorry for swearing, man. I'm trying to get the last ball from this guy, bro. He doesn't want to give it up.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Come on, don't be a dick, bro. Being trying to get the ball from this guy. You see what I'm talking about, bro? This guy's just getting chased around like a fucking moron. Send the ball, dog. Final season for you.
The startup system is under attack. Take on. Help it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Ask the Dragon Ball so I can summon, dog. Why you have to be a dick, bro?
Oh man.
Like, what am I supposed to do, bro?
Holy hell.
I just want to give up the ball.
The startup system's under attack. Dangerous, so tread carefully.
You ran away with the Dragon Ball, bro.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped.
Well, he's gonna leave. I'll just try to get it from him then. He drops it right there like a fucking moron.
You don't know what danger
This
awaits.
guy has some low IQ, bro. It's okay, I have a Dragon Radar.
Escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Saw went to level 3.
Dragon balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
This guy sold this out, man. Why are you guys running away like little fucking bitches, bro?
Come forth, Shenron! Now, understood.
How you doing, Kakarot? This guy sold us out, man. I'm in this to lose a match. Come on, where's my teammates, bro? Ten seconds left. What is wrong with these guys? They're so stupid. I don't know what else to say, man. It's the same shit, just a different day, bro. Fucking stupid PC player. This guy's a level 413. He should know better. Gotta block his stupid ass.
Those creatures. And well, in the meantime, I'll just go and take a nap for now while you read. To which, as Vegeta was then shown having to sit on down, was when Vegeta then went on to respond, "Oh, well, that's just wonderful. But maybe I'll be able to learn about their origin and perhaps a technique or two that will maybe help us stop them from coming. Oh, now let's see what we have here. And you better tone it down while you're here, Vegeta, because if you are to disturb me while I'm taking my nap, then you're going to have much bigger problems to worry about outside of those demons and that damn book." With Vegeta then responding, "Right, well, I'll be sure to try and wait until you wake up then in case I were to find a technique in here that I want to try." But then, it was only now unbeknownst to both Vegeta and Beerus from above them where the Demon Has was now shown having to spy on them as the Demon Has went on to then chime in, "A book, you say? How very interesting for an angel to hand that over to a mortal to look into. You sneaky little worms." And with only two of them here and with that angel taking off, this here now gives us a golden opportunity to collect a few samples from the two of them while they're vulnerable. Yes, so I better go and inform the Dark Masters of what they're doing here before it's too late. To which all the while in the meantime, when then going back into seeing Whis travel through space was when Whis then went on to say to himself, "Now I'm almost positive that Murno's influence and his battle against the multiverse must have certainly been what caused for the demon realm to now be blown wide open, but how was it that none of us were able to sense this happening up until earlier today? Was it perhaps that maybe these demons have been in hiding this entire time? I have no doubt that my father's battle with Murno must have certainly been what caused all of this to happen all of a sudden, but I do wonder on what that book meant by what it said, as I'm also very certain that all of this must have predated even us angels before we were born, with of course the exception of both Murno and the Grand Priest." Whis continues, "Well, I'd better hurry and gather all of the answers that I could from the Grand Priest before things continue to spiral out of control here," Whis continues, "and especially if the Super Dragon Balls are all starting to go missing in the process as well. And as I'm sure that the others must also be aware of these strange disturbances that have been taking place, for I have a very bad feeling that something is waiting waiting for us that we have yet to locate and make a discovery on. And so I must hurry. I can't believe what those Dark Masters are trying to do, especially after knowing of the stakes and the danger that comes with attempting to bring someone like Murno back. And if they are somehow able to bring Murno back from being erased, Goku continues, then the cosmic balance of the entire multiverse will be thrown into utter chaos just like it was before. And so there's got to be a way for me to break out of here and warn the others about what's about to happen here. I just have to try, to which as Goku was attempting to be shown doing so, was when Goku then went on to continue, "Oh, come on! Why can't I break free from this thing? It won't budge no matter how hard I continue and try to push. What the? My powers are completely zapped, which means that this chamber was meant to keep me from transforming into using higher levels of power after all. Wait, what's all of that rumbling and that noise that I'm hearing?" Goku asks. "Oh no, they were able to capture another one of the Super Dragon Balls? And what's even more alarming is I think that those Super Dragon Balls are getting smaller and smaller the more they are brought into this realm. So does that mean that they are able to shrink the Super Dragon Balls down to size so they can be used a lot easier down here than how they normally are?" To which all the while in the distance, as soon as Dark Master Gira and Toro were now shown having to observe the Super Dragon Balls, was when Gira went on to then respond, "So I see that Bakara and Jogo were indeed successful in obtaining yet another one of the Super Dragon Balls after all. And with the Saiyan locked away within his chamber as he awaits his death, very soon we will bask in our rightful and deserving glory," with Toro having to chime in, "As it should, for the time of our ascension draws near, as the Super Dragon Balls are going to be the keys to our unmatched and absolute power. And very soon, once all goes according to our plan, the Demon Realm will grow to become unstoppable with these in our possession, and with our fellow Dark Lords returning to us once more. This just now means that Jogo and Bakara should already have most of the Super Dragon Balls within our domain," with Gira responding, "As I'm sure they do, because look over there behind them, Lord Toro. It looks like they've brought another," to which as the two were now shown doing, it was only just when Bakara and Jogo were shown having to re-enter into the Demon Realm was when Jogo went on to then respond, "And as promised, for we shall deliver," and with 5 of the 7 Super Dragon Balls collected, only 2 more remain before we are able to finally carry out our ultimate plan of action against the multiverse, as we don't plan to stop until the last 2 are found and of course retrieved to us, with Bakara chiming in, "And while we go back on our hunt and finding and retrieving the final 2 Super Dragon Balls, it would be best if we keep these locked away just in case of any of those rotten deities were to catch on and find them." "That's right," Jogo responds, "and to ensure that the Super Dragon Balls are kept hidden from anyone else to find and retrieve, allow for me to take it from here. And so I call upon the great giants of our realm to come forth and protect our most valuable assets from unwanted intruders. I call upon the youngest of the great Leviathans to do what is required of them," Jogo continues. "I call upon you to come forth and take these magical wish-granting orbs wherever Master Toro instructs for you to bring them, and guard them with your life for so as long as they remain with our possession," to which as Goku's pod was now beginning to shake was when Goku then went on to respond, Hey, what the heck is that? Why is everything just suddenly beginning to shake all around me, and just what in the world is that energy that I'm sensing? Whoa! And just what in the world is that?" Goku then went on to look up by questioning, "Is that another one of their demons that they have living down there with them? He's huge! Well, this thing's gotta be even bigger than any of the great apes that we've seen in the past. Wait, don't tell me that there are more of these things that are living down here outside of this one here." "Ah, yes. Brilliant idea to have one of our great giants go and seize the Super Dragon Balls for us, as I know just the right place for him to bring them all into," Toro responds, with Gira then having to chime in, "And if I may, I'm assuming that you'd want
It locks the player from the start.
Here's how to launch. Find the power
savior.
Let's try to plant this key quick as possible.
Flying Nimbus.
Because you already know he's gonna come and destroy it. Freaking E. Predictable. He's heading to D. I'll let someone else summon this time.
Flying Nimbus.
Brother, why are you coming over here? Go somewhere else. Guys, trapped.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Don't just stand there, bro. Hide.
Flying Nimbus.
I'm heading to C and D. Let this guy plant that key.
Great! You know what to do with that key. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Fortunately, I'm only level 1. I left the Dragon Balls in X for someone else if they want to summon. Trying to get this match over with.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
So this guy has that ball. We lost a player for no reason. Just disconnected.
Calm. You're done.
Bro, I had nothing to do with this. Shit, I missed. Jump failed. Jumping failed. Here, come save me, bro.
Get up! I owe you one.
There's a Dragon Ball somewhere, but no, I can't fucking get it.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
We gotta win my time machine, because he just lost the other balls. Pause. Good job. You're my time machine. Not bad.
No one does this to me.
Want to hide them all in the time chamber, with Toro responding, "That's exactly where I want to bring them all into." And you know as well as I do that the Super Dragon Balls possess unmatched power, and by hiding them inside of one of the time chamber realms, could we only then harness an advantage that no other being can: accelerated time. Their energy would replenish at an unparalleled rate, which would give us the ultimate advantage in allowing for their recharge time to diminish at an incredible pace. And even let's just say if someone were to suspect of our plan, Toro continues, pinpointing the exact time chamber that we have chosen to hide them inside of would be like finding a needle in a multiversal haystack. So why let the Super Dragon Balls gather energy at the pace of the mortal realm when we can bend time to our will? It's the strategy of a true mastermind, and it'll only be for us to know on where they are while we shorten their time span in order to continuously use them. Well, what a marvelous plan, Lord Toro, Gira responds. And with time being on our side, we could continue to reuse the Dragon Balls for as long as we'd like, with Toro chiming in, and that's exactly why we will have our way with no end in sight. And so now then, Leviathan, go and grab onto those Dragon Balls and chain them together and follow my lead. To which, as the giant Leviathan was now shown doing, it was only shortly after with the Super Dragon Balls being shown condensed in size
another
was when
match?
Gira went on to then chime back in, and as we
there
minimize
in
the
2
size
minutes.
of those Dragon Balls to reduce the overall efforts of pulling them into the time chamber, this just makes our mission that much easier now, with Toro responding, "Excellent, Giant. And now that they are all safely secure, you will now come and follow me into the time chamber where we will keep them all in. And while we search for the last remaining Dragon Balls, we will ensure that everything goes according to our plan until they are all collected. Let us go and make haste so that way we may find and retrieve the last of the Super Dragon Balls," Jogo went on to then respond, "before they are spotted by any of those who are beginning to notice that they have gone missing from their respective universe, Bakara." Yes, and even if they go and try to do something about it, Bakara responds, "we will stop at nothing to make sure that we collect the last of the Super Dragon Balls regardless, so let us go." In the meantime then, Gira responds, "I will go and check on that Saiyan again and see what I can get out of him in the meantime." Ah, Sugami. Just in time, Gira continues. "Were you able to create what I have asked of you, or do you still need a little more time?" With the demon scientist Sugami then responding, "Mistress Gira, the genetic makeup of the Saiyan mortal now courses through the veins of our very creation. These shadow demons are the perfect amalgamation of Saiyan strength and demonic malevolence, now forged into one. And with Goku's DNA at the core of this creation, creature, Sugami continues. He is not only a testament to Saiyan might, but also a symbol of our dark
To work for me.
Yeah, coffee. I'm tired, man.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus trucks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to
Take this
launch.
civilian real quick.
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Is anyone out there?
Grateful.
Oh, here, sweetheart. Got you.
You're my savior.
Flying Nimbus!
Give me a power key radar. We can key rush this guy.
Oh no. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Do try to survive, would you? I wouldn't want my fun to end prematurely. Careful now. This won't be like before, and I won't be gentle. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Okay, so this C key must be underwater. Seems like these guys open up all the boxes.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Flying Nimbus!
Seems like these guys open all the boxes, but we can't find the keys, man. Check this one out.
Great.
Here we go.
You know what to do with that key. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think.
Alright, we just need two
before
more.
rushing in. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Flying
What we do not want is this guy to get to level 3, man. Poor lady. You just almost get sniped. Yeah.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Holy hell.
That's exactly what I said we do not want happening, bro. Well, I don't know where this damn E key is.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
You're gone.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
You know what to do with that key. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
Alright, you got me, man.
Bastard.
Everyone was dying, so fuck it. Best game.
Brilliance. The Warriors of Light will not stand a chance, with Gira then responding, and do you happen to have this sample of the Shadow Demon with you so that we may witness its power for ourselves? As a matter of fact, Lord Gira, I do, Sugami responds. I have the vial that contains this beast right here with me, as you can see, with Gira responding, excellent, Sugami, your intelligence has always been of great value to us, and since you have it with you now, I have an idea. Why don't we go and test our newly created demon creature on our newly visited Saiyan guest who waits for us, Gira questions. Shall we carry on, with Sugami having to respond? It would be an honor for me to show you the full nature and brute force of my newly created shadow demon, Lord Gira. Wonderful, Gira responds. Then come with me and let's see what our new experiment has to offer in battle. To which seconds later, with Gira and Sugami now shown having to make their way in front of Goku, was when Gira had then gone as far as to address Goku by then responding, and well, would you look at what we have here? It's your lucky day today, Daywalker, for we actually have a surprise that's waiting for you, Goku. And don't worry, it's not a trap either, with Goku then having to question, wait, what exactly are you up to here, Gira? And why are you opening my chamber door? With Gira responding, because we actually want to see how good you truly are as we prepare to watch you engage against a very special opponent that my top scientist over there, Sugami, had created by using your blood, of course. And so I'll put it to you like this, Saiyan. If you were able to defeat our newly created Shadow Demon, then I'll award you your freedom. But if you lose, then you will go right back inside where you currently are, Gira continues. So for your sake, I hope that you were able to survive, unless you want to find yourself back inside of that prison pod of yours, with Goku responding, alright, so what are the two of you planning on doing here? I'm not really sure as to what you both have going on, but I can't allow for any of you demons to have your way with the multiverse. And I don't trust either of you, and so what is your move going to be? With the demon scientist Sugami having to chime in, shall I go ahead and release our experiment on the Saiyan, my lord, for it is ready to be used on your command, Master Gira, for I promise that this won't take very long upon beginning, with Gira responding, yes, now go ahead, Sugami, go and set your monster free, and let's see what it can do. As you wish, my master. And now then, Saiyan, I hereby would like for you to watch very closely as to what you will be going up against in a matter matter of a few moments here, for I promise that you will like what your eyes are going to see. And now behold the fruits of our dark sciences and forbidden sorcery, Saiyan. A shadow born of your very own essence, Goku. To which, as Sugami was shown throwing the vial down onto the ground, it was only seconds upon with the gooey head now being shown having to look on up from the ground was when Sugami then went on to continue, gaze upon the specter of your very own potential twisted by my own will, as this demon is the dark reflection of your very soul, Goku. For it was designed to do what you could not, to break, to conquer, and to end your race of warriors, including by putting an end to yours as well. Now prepare yourself, Goku, for you are about to face your ultimate irony, your own blood turned against you. For this shadow demon has not only inherited all of your strengths, but also the dark wisdom of countless eons. This creature is you, only far more destructive and sinister in its nature. Wait, hold on, you guys did what now? A shadow demon that's just as strong as I am at his core? So that was why that little demon on Earth wanted to collect our blood for. So you demons intend to sample our blood off and splice it into creating these things? Oh, just great. To which moments later, as Shadow Demon Goku is now shown having to emerge from the ground in between both Sugami and Gira, was when Sugami went on to chime in. Well, it looks like you weren't as dumb as I originally had taken for you to be, Saiyan, but yes, he will be one among many more, and we would like to see on just how good he is when going up against the original, which in this case would be you, with Gira having to respond. And for your sake, I do hope that you intend to fight our monster with the intention to destroy it, because our Shadow Demon's intention will be nothing short of being the same. Now go and have some fun with this mortal while we watch you in action against him, Shadow Clone. Break him if you want, but do make sure to try and get as much out of him first while you can. And I don't expect for you to fail, understand? Now go. To which, as the Shadow Demon was now shown having to charge at Goku, Goku was hereby left with no other choice than to engage against the Shadow Demon, as Goku then went on to quickly respond, "Oh, just wonderful. Now I gotta go and try and survive against my own blood? Alright, well, let's go and see what you're made of then, because regardless if you're made up of my DNA or not, don't expect for me to go down so easily to you without taking you down with me." In which, upon the moment of engagement, as soon as Goku was attempting to strike the Shadow Clone, with the Shadow Clone being shown leaping on above him, was when Gira went on to chime back in. And I am rather curious to see if our Shadow Demon over there could truly outperform its original in every single way, with Sugami responding, "Oh, I can assure you that it most certainly can, but if it can't, then it will simply adapt." To which, as Goku's energy blast was shown going right through the Shadow Demon, was when Goku went on to then chime back in, "Whoa, this thing can twist and rip its body apart? So then it knows of a way on how to counter energy attacks then, and it looks like it's really fast as well." In which, fortunately for Goku, with Goku being shown moving out of the way upon the Shadow Demon being shown having to attempt to strike him, was when Goku then went on to shout, "Whoa, yeah, this thing's a lot faster than I thought it would be, and so I can't leave any room for it to strike me. Oh, darn it! This thing can mimic the way I fight as well. Oh, this is bad." And I'm liking what I see coming from the Shadow Demon thus far, Sugami, but tell me then, would the demon display any weaknesses that the Saiyan could exploit in battle? With the demon scientist Sugami responding, "None that the mortal's eyes can help him see, but even if this Goku were to find one, the Shadow Demon could quickly adapt and correct its flaws before the Saiyan can exploit them. And as long as the demon remains active, then it will continue to go after its target until redirected otherwise, Lord Gira. And as I made sure that they serve their purpose, as the Shadow Demon has assimilated every fiber of Goku's battle prowess and is also ready to turn his own techniques against the Saiyan, so as long as the Shadow Demon isn't overworked in battle, that is, then Goku would be at a disadvantage." With the Dark Master Gira responding, "Then these Daywalkers are without a hope in the world if we begin to clone the originals and use these Shadow Demons against them. Excellent work, Sugami." To which, all the while in the meantime on the battlefield, as soon as Goku's body was shown crashing all throughout the landscape, was when Goku then went on to respond, "Oh, how was he able to do that just now without me being able to see him attacking? Alright, well, change of plans then," Goku continues, "since I can already see that Super Saiyan Blue isn't going to get me very far against that thing, and if that's the case, then
Press trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
What is this?
Well,
Thanks.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
Someone disconnected. Trash internet.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
They're in that cave or they're down here. Alright.
Thanks.
Another person disconnected. Like, what's going on, bro?
Great. You know what
Has
to
that
do with
AOL
this.
dial up.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Okay, I'm just gonna head to E.
An ally needs your help.
Come on, bro.
Know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
This guy sniped by Dodoria. This match is over already. Already down 2 players and hope he doesn't come back and snipe me.
Get off. I owe you. Flying Nimbus!
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Now, let's see.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
You're just gonna wait for that guy to get revived and kill him again. He's destroying D.
Oh my, it's been quite some time, hasn't it?
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
We need one more Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, I don't have a radar. And we're trapped. There's nothing we can do. This game. Fuck, man, these guys suck.
And I guess that just leaves me with one other option left, which I know has to work. And no matter what happens, it was as I said, Goku went on to power down by then responding, I cannot, under any circumstance, allow for you demons to get away with all of the horrible things that you're doing down here, so I have to try. As within that very moment, as the Shadow Demon was shown having to miss one of its strikes, with Goku now having to unleash the power of Ultra Instinct, was when Goku then went on to continue, you demons can try and copy me and make as many Shadow Demons as you like, but in the end, no matter how much you go and try, you will never be able to copy my resolve and the fire that burns within my very soul to drive the forces like you out of this world for good. And you don't have to believe me, cause I'll go and show it to you. To which, as the Shadow Demon was now shown approaching Goku from behind, was when Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku was from that point then shown taking initiative and elbowing the Shadow Demon in the stomach, as Sugami went on to then chime back in. Ah yes, the power that surpasses the gods, as commonly referred to as Ultra Instinct. Well, this was certainly a surprise to see the mortal go and draw forward in battle, but what say you, Lord Gira? It's most definitely impressive to go and watch the mortal use this in battle, as he was shown doing against the fallen angel Murno, but this too won't be enough to win him the day, Gira continues. And especially not against us he won't, but let's watch and see how this will go, because look there, and I believe our Shadow Demon is beginning to adapt. Enough messing around, Goku went on to utter by addressing both Sugami and Gira, and I won't allow for the two of you to continue to go through with what you're doing, and so whether it's one of you or both of you, I'll go and take you demons on right here, right now, at once, with Sugami having to respond, and I'm flattered by your remarks, Saiyan, but you aren't quite out of the woods just yet, or you might want to go and take a look behind you and have a look for yourself in order for you to see. What in the world, Goku utters? You're not damaged? But that can't be. How did my attack not work on you? But then, it was only just as Goku went on to put this into question, with the Shadow Demon being shown headbutting Goku away, was when Sugami went on to respond, you didn't honestly think that it was over now, did you, Saiyan? For I made sure to make this as hard for you as I possibly could, with Gira having to respond, and I find it quite ironic on how you had already assumed victory so prematurely, yet you failed to understand that the Shadow Demon in which you face cannot be so easily beaten with such a simple attack, Goku. For it's almost like you are so overwhelmed that you don't even know as to what you want to do first. To which, as Goku was then shown firing multiple energy blasts at the Shadow Demon, we only from that point then see how the Shadow Demon was able to avoid each and every single one of Goku's blasts, as Goku went on to then chime in, oh darn it, it looks as though this monster is fast enough now to be able to react to my energy attacks as though it knows about what Ultra Instinct is. You may not be able to see it, Sugami went on to address Goku by telling him, but the Shadow Demon knows about your Ultra Instincts. And since its DNA comes directly from you, then it should already also know about how to counter it. Destroying these Shadow Demons isn't going to be as easy as you think it will, Sugami continues, for they are made to attack at all times, never to let up until they have been ordered to stand down or until they have carried out their purpose, Saiyan. And unless there is more to you than meets the eye that I am not already well aware of, Saiyan, then it'll only be a matter of time before you lose, Sugami says. That much I can very well assure you, since this demon is my creation. So, the clock continues to tick, Goku, with Dark Master Gira having to respond, these foolish creatures have no idea on what we have waiting for them that even Goku here has yet to see, as this is all but just the beginning, and no matter what these mortals try and do, they will never be able to overcome the sheer might of what we have waiting for them inside of the demon realm, Gira continues, for they are without a chance in the world, and very soon, once we have collected all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls as well, will they only then begin to realize that there is no hope for survival. To which, in the meantime, when then venturing back over into Universe 7, it was only during Whis' journey in making his way towards the Grand Priest's palace where all of a sudden Whis had now gone as far as to sense something, as Whis went on to then respond, "Now hold on a minute, I'm sensing a very strange vibrational disturbance coming from the opposite direction that I'm traveling towards. Something's happening," Whis adds, "and I'm also starting to sense that not one, but there are two energy signatures that I'm beginning to detect," which, as Whis was now shown going into the opposite direction, Whis only then had a feeling that something very bad was happening within Universe 7, as Whis went on to then continue, "And I better hurry and find out as to why this is happening, for it might in fact be something that might be connected to what's been going on around here as of late, and so if that's the case, I hope that I'm not too late upon making my arrival in getting down to the bottom of this." To which shortly after, as soon as Whis was now shown having to finally arrive and having to notice as to exactly what was happening, was when Whis went on to then respond, "And I should have known that this was happening, and whoever is behind that portal are likely the ones who are trying to steal the Super Dragon Balls from our universe as well. But with my oath in place, there is nothing that I can do about that Dragon Ball, but let's try. Finding these massive Dragon Balls and using our magic to condense them down to size was a lot easier than I thought," Dark Master Jogo went on to respond. "Yes, and very soon, with nothing standing in our way," Dark Master Bakara adds, "our Dark Lord will finally be restored as we go and use these two." But then, it was only just before Bakara was even shown having the opportunity to finish his sentence where Whis went on to intervene by interrupting, "So you were the ones who were responsible for disrupting the balance of this universe. And from what it looks like, you two appear to be demons, aren't you? And while using magic to remain undetected. How very clever." "What the heck, Jogo? Look, it's the Angel of Universe 7, Bakara went on to then quickly interrupt. "It's been a long time, Angel," Dark Master Jogo adds. "How are you able to find us after we were careful enough to conceal our energies and life signatures? Have you come to try and stop us from taking this Dragon Ball, Angel?" With Bakara also then having to chime in, "Because we aren't going to back down if you are, for this Dragon Ball along with the others hereby now belong to us, Angel." And I was able to sense ripples of oddity stretching across the cosmos, leading me here where the disturbance was at its strongest with the two of you. Which now I can't help but question as to what visions or aspirations drive you to seize these celestial spheres, Whis questions. "What we intend to do with these spheres is none of your concern, Angel, for we don't intend to keep them around forever either," Bakara adds, with Whis responding, "Interesting, and is that because you are afraid of the consequences that will come crashing down onto all of you by telling me more about your plan, demons? It would be wise for you to stop what it is that you are doing and go back into your realm," Whis continues, "for it would be a shame for you to start something that you cannot possibly hope to finish." "We'd rather die than relinquish our position," Jogo went on to respond, "along with the Super Dragon Balls that we have collected. And so your empty threats mean nothing to us, nor will it stop us from carrying out our mission in doing what it is that we need to do for the betterment of the demon realm, Angel. Your curiosity is amusing, but ultimately futile," Bakara went on to respond by pointing behind him, "for there is nothing and no one, not even an angel, that will deter us from our plans. Your kind usually stands on the sidelines and partial, don't they? For if this is true, then your words are inconsequential, Angel. So we will proceed as planned unless something quite radical were to change the course of our plans, whether you like it or not. It would be wise for you both to know where it is that you are and to not overstay your welcome by taking advantages of what this universe and others have to offer, demons. For even if it means that I must take action against you myself, then I will not hesitate," Whis responds. "Oh, you damn angel," Bakara went on to shout as both he and Jogo got into fighting position. "Quickly, prepare to engage, Jogo, for we may have to go and get Toro and Gira to aid us against him as well. Now hold your position." "Wait, hold on, Bakara," Jogo went on to interrupt. "If my memory serves me correctly, as beings who have not fully manifested and crossed over into the confines of your universe physically, you can't engage against us, for we are beyond your jurisdiction to do so, aren't we?" Jogo questions. "Your angelic code forbids you from laying a hand on us unless directly engaged or given the order," with Whis responding, "Your claims are in fact correct, demon, for as an angel the limits of my power are indeed bound by the laws which I must follow, but that doesn't mean that I can't still go and seal your portal away and prevent you from using the same exit of escape," Whis continues. "But once I go and speak with the Grand Priest about this, you will know that all that you have done will soon be corrected, for you will not be allowed to cross into our domain without without being met with resistance, as Bakara went on to respond, "Very interesting choice of words, Whis. But you don't have to worry about your precious code or your domain for much longer, and you'll soon see as to why that is." "That's right," Jogo chimes in, "for we have other matters to attend to that requires our attention. So in the meantime, have fun while you still can," Bakara went on to wave, "for it will not last forever either. So we'll be seeing you along with this entire universe very soon, Angel. And for your sake, we hope that you, along with everyone else, will be ready," Jogo says. To which seconds later, with both demons now shown retreating and going back into the demon realm, was when Whis went on to then chime back in, "Oh dear, this is far worse than I had originally thought that it would be, which only means that I must hurry and go speak with the Grand Minister immediately before it's too late. And I must see if I can find a way to lift the angelic code that forbids us from engaging in battle as well." To which, as Whis was now shown making his journey to the Grand Priest, Whis now is beginning to understand the dangers that may possibly lie ahead, as Whis went on to then continue, "And since it's all starting to become clear to me on just where the Super Dragon Balls are being taken and by whom, I must go and seek out special permission and see if I could assemble the other angels and go and get the Dragon Balls back." As with the Dark Master Toro being shown having to further give commands to the Leviathan in pulling the Super Dragon Balls forward, was when Toro then went on to respond, "Yes, right this way, my faithful giant, and with everything going just as I had foreseen, we have everything that we need right here with us right now. And speaking of, alas, the last of the Super Dragon Balls has finally been delivered." But it was only just as the Dark Masters Jogo and Bakara were from that point then shown making their way through, was when Bakara then went on to shout, "We come to you with both good and bad news, Master Toro, for even though we were able to find and retain the last of the Super Dragon Balls that we needed, there is but another problem that Jogo and I had ran into," with Jogo chiming in, "One of the angels who goes by Whis in the 7th universe had confronted us as we were retrieving the final Super Dragon Ball," with Bakara responding, "And to make matters worse, he plans to go and take action against us, assuming that he'd go and speak with the Grand Priest about the things that he was able to feel and see, Lord Toro," with Toro responding, "Then if one of those angels was able to catch on and see what you were doing, then it's more than likely that the others will soon follow as well. Which is why we must do what it is that we need to in order for this to work in our favor," Toro continues. "And while we still have the time, we must hurry and go into one of the sacred rooms of spirit and time and proceed with the plan. For we must remain vigilant at all times, for our next move will be a very important one where we will finally enact our grand design. And with the Super Dragon Balls, we will shift reality into our favor by bending their power in order to maximize their potential in secrecy. For there are but a few problems that we must go and deal with first, so it's best to not waste any more time," Toro continues. "And with the room that I have selected, finding our exact location will not be as easy even for those angels as one may think. Now let us move." To which, in the meantime, when then venturing back over onto Earth and seeing as to how both Gohan and Piccolo were from there shown having to pay a visit to both Bulma and Dr. Hedo, was when Gohan then went on to respond, "Hey you guys, sorry to just drop in unannounced like this, but well, me and Piccolo came here because we have something very urgent that we would like your help on," with Piccolo responding, "And although we know that what we're about to tell you both may seem a bit crazy, but well, if we don't start to get down to the bottom of things right now, then this may turn out to be a much bigger problem than we thought," with Dr. Hedo having to chime in, "Hey look Bulma, it's Gohan and Piccolo, and it looks like they've had a pretty rough day on their hands as well," with Bulma responding, "Hey you guys, well what brings the two of you in here that would require our help, and what happened to you guys?" "Well, I'll go off on a limb and take a guess and say that they've been in a fight, right?" Dr. Hedo questions, with Piccolo having to respond, "Something like that, but here, we found ourselves engaging against some kind of a demon, and after finally getting rid of him, we found this here," Piccolo presents. "It's a piece of that creature's horn that was on its head, so is there any way that the two of you can tell us more about what exactly these things are by taking a blood sample of this here?" "Wait, you mean to tell us that this thing here is what was actually on a demon's body?" Dr. Hedo went on to question. "How wacky. Well, for one, the blood certainly looks different." "Yeah, no kidding," Bulma chimes in. "And this thing looks really dense, almost like it was designed to withstand anything with the way it feels." "Oh, well, I'm not sure as to what we could find right away," Bulma continues, "but if you give us some time, I'm sure we could figure something out here," with with Dr. Hedo chiming back in, well, from the looks of it, its blood doesn't appear to be acidic, but, well, depending on its genetic makeup, I'm sure that samples of its power, or at least what this thing is made of, could be found within its DNA coding, which, well, that itself will also take a bit of time to get down to the bottom of. Well, whatever kind of information that we can go and get out of this thing, Bulma responds, is probably something that is worth looking into, especially if it's got Piccolo and Gohan all worked up. So let's just go and see what we can find then, Dr. Hedo, and just hope for the best. With Dr. Hedo responding, well, we might as well go on ahead and scan this thing by using the bone density scanner over there, so let's go and give it a read. To which a few moments later, as Dr. Hedo had continued his research and having to look deeper into this horn, was when Dr. Hedo went on to respond, well, this is certainly fascinating. The readings on this thing are all over the place with what I'm getting here, Bulma. Yeah, I can see that, Bulma responds. This horn's molecular structure is unlike anything that I've ever encountered before, with Piccolo having to address Gohan by then responding, well, let's just hope that we were able to nail that thing into making sure that it never comes back again, because I have a very bad feeling about this, Gohan. Yeah, no kidding, Gohan responds. And with the way they're describing as to what they're seeing, I can only imagine as to what they're going to find in that thing, but I'm also very curious to know more about this myself as well, with Dr. Hedo having to chime back in. There's a pattern of genetic complexity here that's absent in many of the species that we have in our data system, but what's even more interesting is that it looks as though whatever this creature was that Gohan and Piccolo were fighting against has some kind of paralyzing toxin within it, Dr. Hedo continues, as I'm starting to believe that the nature of this creature, and perhaps others like it, isn't just a product of their environment, but a fundamental aspect of their genetic code. Almost like an evolutionary marvel, with Bulma having to then question, interesting, so what are we looking at here then if these things are supposed to be so much more of an evolutionary marvel, with Dr. Hedo responding, well, this could be a lot deeper than what we see on the surface, so it'll take a bit of time, but let's just see what else we can go and dig up first, because, well, the more information that we can gather, the better. To which all the while, when then going back into the demon realm, we only from that point then continue to bear witness to the battle involving Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku and his Shadow Demon, as Goku went on to rush on forward by then responding, I have dealt with many doppelgangers in my life before, and so this isn't going to be any different than what I dealt with in my past before, so let's do this. The fool doesn't seem to understand that this is no ordinary doppelganger that he is dealing with, the demon scientist Sugami went on to chime in. This is him, only a much darker and more twisted variant of who and what this Goku is at his very core. And soon he will come to find out that fighting these shadow demons isn't going to be as easy as he may assume for it to be. Now just imagine on how much more effective these would be for us, the Dark Master Giro responds, if we went and created more of these shadow demons by using the blood from the most powerful warriors in the multiverse. None of these mortals would even come close in standing a chance, let alone in reaching us if they tried. Actually, Lord Gira, that very plan has already been set into motion, for I have started the process of creating new shadow demons, with each of them mirroring different beings from across the multiverse, with Gira responding, very good news indeed, Sugami, for I wonder on just how far these mortals will try and go if it means fighting for the sake of protecting their precious little universe from what's coming. Yes, and so either way, they will all fail to stop us in the end. As in the meantime, with Goku's Shadow Demon now shown having to get the better of Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku by seemingly having to overwhelm him, was when Gira then went on to continue, and while the Saiyan mortal was shown to put up a decent enough battle against our superior Shadow Demon, and I think it is now clear as to where he stands in comparison to his polar opposites, for there is nothing that I can see this Saiyan being able to do if his hands are tied behind his back, Sugami, with Sugami having to respond, then I am glad to know that you are pleased with the results of this brief battle, my lord, as I will make sure that all of our Shadow Demons reign supreme over the originals, to which as the Shadow Demon was then shown kicking Goku away, it had only become painfully clear now that it seemed as though Goku was at a significant disadvantage, as Sugami then went on to continue, and with what I see, I think it's safe to assume that with the Saiyan struggling to adapt to the Shadow Demon, despite of course the Shadow Demon adapting to the original, Son Goku's efforts in overcoming our experiment are dwindling. And what better way to put an end to our little show than by having him sent flying right over here, for he never stood a chance, Gira continues. For there is a lesson to be learned throughout all of this, and a lesson that I hope that he takes note of very cautiously, as what you are about to experience will be a revelation in learning of the difference between us, as you will soon understand that your place in the cosmos is not at the top of the mountain, Gira continues. As you will soon understand that your place in the cosmos is not at the top of the mountain, but beneath the heel of a true demon's terror, Son Goku, as I will go and break you down from the inside out, shattering not just your body, but your spirit as well, Saiyan. Now let this serve as a reminder, Goku, that you and your kind will never succeed in stopping us. To which, shockingly enough, from out of nowhere, as Gira had proceeded in connecting a single solitary strike to Goku's spine and now having to completely tear apart Goku's spirit from within, was when Sugami then went on to respond, "Yes, this is your chance to put the Saiyan down and out of his misery for good, fellow demon. So now use this momentum to finally shut this Saiyan down and prove to Lord Gira as to why I've placed my trust in you. Show that Saiyan as to why you are superior in every single way, demon." To which, moments later, with Goku's body ricocheting towards the Shadow Demon, with the Shadow Demon now seizing this opportunity and elbowing Goku in the stomach, it was only just between with the two attacks now having to take a toll on him, where Goku was from there shown powering back down, as Gira then went on to respond, "Excellent, and with that, so falls the mighty Goku." What did she just do to me? I can't hold on to my power. To where this was now it, because with Goku now being shown dropping on down and essentially being knocked out by both of these attacks having to take a toll on his body, was when Sugami then went on to continue, "You never cease to amaze me, Lord Gira, especially since it's been a very long time since I've seen you use your spirit distortion technique, but at last, these mortals, no matter how powerful they claim to be, often go and leave themselves wide open by letting their emotions dictate the course of their battles for them. For it is a mortal flaw that ultimately becomes their undoing," Sugami continues. "They fight with feelings, leaving their defenses vulnerable, just as our clone was able to find and exploit by the very end. And although these shadow demons may not be able to grow stronger in a traditional sense, their strength lies in their ability to adapt during the course of any battle, as they are already at their peak from the moment of their creation, my master," with Gira having to respond, "And with this test successful, we have proven that our demon clones are more than capable of contending against the originals, which only now means that more will be created for when the time comes for us to make our move, Sugami. For you have done well to prove yourself and your creation, but for now, we will go and put our guest right back to where he belongs in the meantime, as for now, we must turn our attention to the other threats that loom, as Goku was but one small piece in a far larger puzzle. So we will go and keep him here until Lord Toro calls for his life to be ripped away, right after Lord Raijin is wished to be set free, of course. But let us not forget that we must remain vigilant until that time is right," Gira continues. "And so we must be ruthless in our pursuit, leaving no stone unturned and no realm unexplored in our quest, Sugami. So in the meantime, we will continue to refine our army and collect the Super Dragon Balls while our friend remains within his cage," Gira continues, "as it's for the best since this Saiyan still poses a threat to our plans, so we cannot run the risk of having him roam freely within our domain. For our maneuvers must be cloaked in the shadows and our intentions hidden until the moment is right, for when it is that we finally strike, it will be with such force and precision that the entire multiverse will have no other choice but to ultimately yield to our very will, Sugami." But little did anyone know that far off in the distance, as the demon Kibi was shown having to oversee all of this, was when Kibi then went on to say to himself, "And I can't help but wonder, as the more I ponder on the truth, the more I continue to question. What if this Goku is not the harbinger of doom that we have labeled him out to be?" Kibi questions. "I don't trust this Saiyan, not by a long shot, but what if his presence here in the demon realm is truly but a result of circumstances beyond his control, or worse, what if the things that he was saying had actually turned out to be true? Could bringing back the fallen angel Murno truly be something that will destroy us all, Kibi questions? Are they all not made well aware of the things that this fallen angel could do to us if he were to somehow be revived? Or do they simply not care? For I didn't sense any lies that were coming from him, and so therefore there must be more to him than what any of us could see on the surface, Kibi continues. For I can go and destroy him right now if I just so choose, but maybe it is best for him to go back to where he came from rather than remain here where he currently is. There was no way that he could have pulled off a victory with Master Gira there having to oversee this entire battle, which only means that they were simply keeping him here so that they could use him. Use him for his combat prowess and his blood samples. But who are you, Saiyan? At your very core, who are you, Kibi questions? He could have went and ended my life when he struck me, but he didn't and decided to spare me. Well then, if you had found it within you to let me live, then I owe you the favor, but not without getting something out of you while you're still here. For I can't go and let anyone see me, but for what it's worth, you better give me all of the information that I seek, because once this is done is when you and I can call it even. To which in the meantime, when then venturing back on over onto Beerus's planet and seeing as to how Beerus was relaxing by eating a set of grapes as Vegeta was shown reading the book that Whis had given him, while continuing to not think much of it and having to look on over and seeing as to how Vegeta was fixated on this book, was when Beerus went on to then chime in, "Tell me something, having any luck by getting anything useful out of that book that you're reading there, Vegeta? For you've been very quiet now for the last half hour, so you better not go and get too lost while flipping through those pages," with Vegeta responding, "Well, this book has actually given me a bit of information on how those demons down there in the demon realm operate, along with providing me with certain spells and techniques on how to engage against some of them, but I'm trying to decipher its methods and how they are done in battle. For there appears to be more in this book that talks about these demons and how to engage against them than you may think." "Oh really? Is that so?" Beerus went on to then question. "Well good, because maybe you'll go and clear them all out of my universe if you manage to actually learn of some of these techniques on how to get rid of them," Beerus continues. "And besides, if anyone thinks that any of those demons stand any sort of chance against the Destroyer God, and especially after having battled against that angel Murno, then they have another thing coming, for I will not hesitate to do what must be done in battle." But then, it was only to the sudden shock of both Beerus and Vegeta where a voice from out of nowhere then went on to chime in, "I would slow your roll down if I were you, Destroyer, for you have no idea on what we are or whom you are dealing with. So unless the two of you have some sort of a death wish that you wouldn't mind us having to grant, well then we'll be happy enough to see that through for you," with Beerus having to then question, "What did you just say? And you dare arrive on my planets without my approval? Oh, now you've done it, for I will not tolerate any kind of disrespect towards me on my planet." "That's right, Destroyer," the Demon Haas went on to return by responding. "However, we weren't sent to come back here so that we can lay back and eat grapes all day either, for we're actually on a mission to get something. And so one way or another, whether either of you like it or not, we will get what we came here for, as I promise you both that it won't take long if you just go ahead and do the right thing here, and just simply give us what we want, so that way we'll be on our merry little way, understand? And since we already had extracted what we needed from you back on Earth, Saiyan, me and Oru here were sent to come and collect something from that god of destruction while we're in the 7th universe. And don't try and assume that we're alone either, for we demons tend to have eyes and ears all around you, with the demon Oru responding, "We came here for a sample of your destroyer's blood, so give us what we were sent here to collect or you will be destroyed, for our time in this universe is limited." And so now what will it be? Will you both choose to comply or shall we engage? With Vegeta responding, "As if I'll allow for what happened on Earth before to happen here again. You fools have no idea on what you just did by coming here. And as far as I'm concerned, the two of you won't be going back with anything, not while I'm here. The one with the big mouth, is that him?" Oru went on to then question. "Is that the one that Sugami had told us to use the vial on, Has? It must be him," with the demon Has responding, "Oh yes, that's him alright, but we'll use our reserve reserves just in case we run into any trouble. They were only on my planet for no less than a few minutes and I'm already tired of listening to them speak, Beerus went on to then sit up by responding, as I'm not really in the mood to go and do it myself, but you and Goku owe me for ruining my ice cream, so now destroy them, Vegeta. To which upon Vegeta being shown now having to crack his knuckles in slowly making his way towards the demons was when Vegeta then went on to respond, I'm already 3 steps ahead of you, Lord Beerus. Go and take my blood back on Earth now, will you? Alright, demons. It's time that we get up close and personal for a moment so that way we can get to know each other a little better. And so with that said, which one of you will be first? Gather together, Dark Lords, for the time of great change is finally upon us, as from here on, we will go and use the Super Dragon Balls during each rotation that we get, and ensure that they remain intact before they are able to scatter away, so that way we can use the Time Chamber's recharge time to go and use them again. So we will go and hold them together for as long as we can, so that way we can get as much out of these Super Dragon Balls that we possibly can, as I will need you all to pay very close attention and not lose your focus during each of our wishes, understood? For there are several things that must be carried out before we are able to set Master Raijin free from his prison. With Dark Master Bakaro responding, then we will make the most of this extremely rich opportunity to ensure that we get the most out of this moment, Lord Toro. Indeed, for they wait for us, Dark Lord. So in the meantime, do not forget about the plan nor waver in case something goes wrong. For we must ensure that everything goes according to our plan, especially with our first wish, understood? For we will start with the biggest thorns at our side and work our way down until we are able to set Lord Raijin free, got it? Because as long as we remain hidden and away from their watchful eye is where we will hold the upper hand, Toro continues. And while we do, the entire multiverse will soon be within our reach, for our expansion draws near, Toro went on to then add. And with one of the many Leviathans here to ensure us that the Super Dragon Balls will remain under our control, then let us begin the summoning process and start using them now, with Dark Master Jogo having to chime in, yes, for let us proceed and change the landscape of the entire multiverse once and for all, with Toro having to then shout, then let us move, for our time has finally arrived, and now, almighty eternal dragon, your presence is required. Now come forth, almighty dragon god, and grant us our wish. Pretty peas. In which within that very moment, as the Super Dragon was now beginning to form and having to exit from the Dragon Balls, was when the Dark Master Gira went on to chime in, amazing, just look at the size of this creature simply by emerging from those condensed yet still massive Super Dragon Balls. Well, either way, let us hope that all goes according to our will once we are able to make our wish, with Dark Master Jogo responding, then let us be patient and see how this will go, Lord Gira, for the last thing that this dragon will want is to have us turn against it. In which moments later, with the Super Dragon now having to oversee both the Dark Masters and the Leviathan standing in the Time Chamber, was when the Super Dragon went on to then respond, you who have gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Speak now, for I will grant them. So this is the almighty and all-powerful Supreme Dragon, Dark Master Bakaro went on to comment. What an incredible sight to behold, but we must not waste this small window that we have while it's here to make our move, Dark Ones. I agree, Toro responds, but first we must go about by not freeing Lord Raijin so quickly, for if his presence were to be felt by the gods, then they will surely come swooping down and try to put an end to our plans, with Gira responding, then shall we go and do something about the Grand Priest and Omni Kings first, since they would pose the biggest threat to our plans, with Bakara chiming in, yes, I agree, for the lower gods are the least of our concern here, Lord Toro, with Toro responding, right, then that is what we'll go and do. And so, alright now, dragon, our first wish is to abolish the Omni Kings from every plane of existence in getting rid of them forever, as we wish for the total and absolute eradication of the Omni Kings at once. Pretty peas. Your wish to destroy the Omni Kings and rid them from the pages of history, the Super Dragon responds, cannot be granted, with the Dark Masters left in shock, with Gira having to then ask, wait, but what? The wish cannot be granted? But why? How could that even be? With Toro putting into question, but that's impossible. Why can't our wish be granted if you are said to have the ability to grant any wish that anyone may desire? We demand answers answers as to why this can't be done, Dragon, so explain. Though while the Omni Kings remain omnipotent, the Super Dragon responds, they are beings who transcend the very nature of both space and time itself without any limitation placed on them which prevents them from further doing as they please. For they are not bound by the same laws and conditions that govern other beings, the dragon continues, as their very will is the law of the cosmos and their existence is synonymous with the very existence of reality itself. The Omni Kings are not mere beings who exist within any specific realm, but they are rather the very architects of its existence, as their authority is absolute, encompassing all realms, dimensions, and entities who stand before him, including me despite my power, the dragon continues. Simply put, the Omni Kings can destroy themselves if they so choose, and while having you wish for them to be destroyed is simply too vast and goes far beyond my ability to have this wish be granted for you, with Toro responding, oh, but how can that be? And so only an equal Omni power that is identical to theirs can do it? And so those little worms just can't be wished away? But there must be something that we can do in order to rid them of our troubles before Lord Raigen's arrival, for we must find a way to get rid of them for good, and we must do it now, with Dark Master Jogo responding, perhaps while we wait and think of another way of removing the Omni Kings from this equation, we should shift our focus onto doing something about that pesky Grand Priest and those guards who watch over the Omni Kings, with Toro responding, yes, but of course, they too pose a very big risk to our grand plan if something isn't done about them. Alright, Dragon, we wish for the imprisonment and permanent seal of both the Grand Priest and the Omni Guards right now. We demand for them to be removed and placed within the prison realm at once, with the Super Dragon responding, your wish to seal away the Grand Priest along with the 2 Omni Guards who watch over the Omni Kings shall be granted. As during this time when venturing on over inside of the Omni King's palace, in seeing as to how the Grand Priest was playing red light, green light, 1, 2, 3 with the Omni Kings, was when the Omni Kings they went on to respond, alright, we're about to start now, so you better be ready because this time we're gonna get ya. So here we go, you ready? Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Aw, he's not moving, the Omni Kings went on to then both say. Are you sure he didn't move, the present Omni King asks, with the future Omni King responding, no, I didn't, but the Grand Priest is really good at this, so let's hurry it up and try again. Let's go, let's go! Well, I will say that I do believe that thus far, the Grand Priest went on to respond, that I am the one who is in the lead here, sire, so shall we go again? Okay, but this time you're going down and you know it, both of the Omni Kings respond, so get ready because we're going to totally catch you this time and you know it, so here goes. Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Wait, did he move? Did we get him this time or were we too late? Oh, well, let's just hurry and keep trying then. Alright, now you've done it, Grand Minister, because this time we're going to catch you for sure, so here goes nothing. Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Hey, he's gone, the Omni Kings utter. But where did he go? With the future Omni King questioning, do you think he's hiding from us somewhere? I don't know, the present Omni King responds. He just vanished from out of nowhere, but where did he go? As within this time, with an unsuspecting Grand Priest now shown being teleported within the prison dimension, was when the Grand Priest went on to then question, what is this? Why and how was I just brought here? And this realm, wait, I remember this place, for this is the prison dimension. But why was I brought here, and more importantly, by whom, the Grand Priest went on to question? For something's not right, as I am not supposed to be here, and so I must hurry and return to the Omni Kings immediately. But then, it was just before the Grand Priest could even go as far as to act, where from out of nowhere, a metal straitjacket was then shown appearing onto his body, as the Grand Priest went on to shout, what? This suit? Angelic containment armor? No, I must hurry and... But once again, before the Grand Priest couldn't act in making any sort of change, was when a mask was then shown forming around his face as the Grand Priest went on to then say to himself, I can't move my body, but how could this be? For there is no mortal god or angel who could have done this unless... But of course, this must have been the result of someone using the Super Dragon Balls to do it. But who, the Grand Priest questioned, and from the looks of it, they have summoned a sealing ritual to trap me. For I must try and attempt to break free from these chains and this armor before it's too late, for I can't run the risk of leaving the Omni Kings all alone without me there to watch over them. I must still try. As the Omni Guards from out of nowhere then surprisingly enough went on to address the Grand Priest by responding, Almighty Grand Minister, can you hear us? We are here with you, but we can't move. We are sorry, Your Majesty, but we cannot do anything to help you, for we are trapped too. No, not you too, the Grand Priest then went on to respond. Then what that just means that with the both of you sealed in this realm with me, the Omni Kings therefore remain alone and unattended. But worry not, fellow guards, for I will find a way to break out of these chains and set you both free so that we may return to the Omni Kings at once. But even with the two Omni Guards and the Grand Priest attempting to shake their way out of this was when Toro went on to then respond, Tell us now then, Dragon, is it done? Were we able to do away with the Grand Priest and those Omni Guards who protect the Omni Kings? We want to know the results of our wish right now, so now tell us. With Super Shenron responding, Your wish was successful, for the Omni Guards along with the Grand Priest have been locked away and sealed within the prison realm, where they shall remain and slumber in until the seal is undone or broken for them to be set free. For they will also remain restricted from using their powers in any way to break free unless the wish were to somehow be reversed or undone by those who wish to set them free, with Toro responding, Excellent, and with those three locked away and out of our way, their empire will slowly start to deteriorate without them being around to do anything to stop it. Angelic prisons were always known to be inescapable, and since this is a realm that the Grand Priest had created to keep those who have been deemed as guilty locked away for all of time, then what better way to make use of that place than by locking them all away instead? In which within that very moment, as both Omni Guards and the Grand Priest were now slowly being shown going to sleep, was when Toro then went on to continue, and now that they are out of the way, this just leaves us now to deal with the Omni Kings, for we must figure out of a way to set them aside before we wish for Lord Raijin to return. Because either way, with them out of the way, there will be nothing and no one that will stand in our way of stopping us, with the Super Dragon responding, And now that I have granted your wish, I hereby bid you a farewell, with Gira quickly responding, Oh no, hurry, Dark Lords, before the Super Dragon Balls scatter away, we must go and bind them in place while we still can. Yes, and now, Leviathan, Toro went on to shout, grab hold of all 7 of those Super Dragon Balls by using the binding chains right now! In which, back within the hyperbolic time chamber, with the giant Leviathan now shown using the binding chains and wrapping them around the Super Dragon Balls, was when Toro then went on to continue, Do not let them escape our grasp, and so grab hold of them and remain in place until we have claimed them all again. Yes, that's right. Now with our magic, hold them all in place, Dark Lords, for it is almost done. Steady. There we go, for they are finally all stable and ready to be used once their recharge time has been completed. Wonderful, and now we wait, with Jogo responding, But how long do we have to wait until we are able to use the Super Dragon Balls again? With Toro responding, Not long at all, in fact, for while they're in here, it'll only take about 3 hours per turn before we are able to reuse them again, and so goes the rest. And while we wait, Toro continues, we must think that if the Omni Kings cannot be erased through the power of the Super Dragon Balls, then the next best option is to find a way to permanently immobilize them without engaging them. And so for as long as the main gods are taken out of this equation, then our plans will go without a hitch. For there is no living creature that is without some kind of a weakness that leaves them wide open, and so we must think of a way on how to get rid of them once the 3-hour time limit comes to an end. So let us consult. As even in the meantime, while this was shown happening, when then venturing on over throughout the multiverse and first having to visit Universe 1, was when we then began to see an example of the demons having to make their move all throughout the multiverse, as Angel Owama went on to respond, Well, would you look at that, you went and set another record for yourself, Lord Iwan, for you are currently at 997,584,963 inverted push-ups, sire. And as I am starting to wonder on how many more of these you have left, and as I'm starting to now wonder on how many more of these you have left, do you not wish to go and take a water break, my lord? With God of Destruction Iwan responding, I still have plenty more of these left in the tank, Owamo, so just keep counting and don't let this distract you. I will reach 1 billion if it's the last thing that I do, unless I lose balance. And so I hope you're keeping track over there, Owamo, as unbeknownst to an unsuspecting Iwan with a hand now shown having to slowly reach on out from a portal, was where the God of Destruction Iwan continued to do his push-ups without having to realize, as Iwan went on to then continue, because I'll go and say that no other God of Destruction among the bunch will ever out-push up me, and especially not without taking a few water breaks in between, with Iwamo having to respond, now hold on there just a minute, and just where in the world did that hand just appear from, as Iwan went on to then respond, hey, are you counting, Iwamo? You better be marking down those numbers so that way I don't lose track of what the... There we are, that's all that we need, so thank you very much, you silly little furry god, the demon went on to respond, in which upon the hand being shown plucking a small hair from Iwan's head and causing Iwan to fall on down was when Iwan then went on to shout, oh, hey, what gives? I was just about to go and set another record, Owamo, you ruined it! So goodness, are you okay, Lord Iwan? That wasn't me who just touched you just now, for did you not happen to see on what just happened with Iwan having to question, wait, no, what do you mean? What happened? There was someone here on my planet? But how? I didn't sense any visitors come here, with Angel Owamo chiming in, well, I'm not quite sure, but if my memory serves me correct, then I think that whatever that was just now had originated from another dimension, Lord Iwan, but where? In which back on over within the demon realm, as we now get to see exactly as to why this was when Demon Sugami went on to then question, tell me, were you able to retrieve a sample from Universe 1's destroyer for me to use, Gimo? I trust that you have what I want, with Demon Gimo responding, we did, though we had to keep our distance and wait for the right time to snatch a piece of his hair. Nevertheless, we have what you've been longing for, Sugami, for we hope that this will be of great use to us in your experiment, with Demon Sugami responding, excellent work, Demon, for this will most definitely come in handy in creating the ultimate god hybrid. But I still require more samples from the other remaining gods of destruction, so in order for this to work, I would need for you to collect the last remaining samples from the gods whom you have not visited in order for my creation to be brought to life. Do this and do not fail me, Gimo, for once Lord Raijin returns, I want him to see the fruits of our efforts, so go and collect whatever you can get your hands on, whether that be hair, blood, skin, energy, or anything that you could for this to work. Now go. Understood, as we will not let any of you down, Doctor, for we know exactly as to where we will go next, with Demon Sugami having to then say to himself, good, yes, very good, as we will soon have our own personal weapon that will counter each and every single one of those gods of destruction, and especially if the Dark Masters and Lord Raijin would already have their hands full elsewhere. But in order for this to work, I will need 12 samples from each and every single one of those 12 gods of destruction for this to become a reality. And as I have no doubt that we will have everything that we will need in order to make this all work in the end, Sugami continues, and as Lord Toro had instructed for me to go out and design the ultimate counter to a god of destruction, and I will make them more than what they have asked for me to provide, and as I will create a demon destroyer who goes far beyond all 12 gods of destruction, for we will forge an unbeatable army with some demons channeling the very nature of those whom we sample it off of. Yes, and once we do, there will be no one left who will be able to stand in our way again. In which, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over to Beerus's planet and now seeing the demon Oru go after Vegeta, was when Haas went on to then shout, that's right, now go and tear that mortal Saiyan into pieces so that way we can go and collect what we came here to collect by running through that god of destruction. But Vegeta, on the other hand, did not seem as though he was sweating Oru at all, as Demon Oru went on to then respond, "It would be wise to accept your fate rather than resist, because you won't be able to beat me and you know it's mortal. Not a chance, Demon. You've lost your mind if you think that I'll just give in to the likes of you. So you better not disappoint me by having that low-level demon be what does you in, Vegeta," Beerus went on to shout. "Now go and make him pay for his disrespectful remarks, Vegeta," as Oru then went on to respond, "The Dark Masters have entrusted us to do what we must in order to make sure that all goes according to their plan. And we will make sure to do everything within our power to make sure that we get it done, even if it means having to rip right through you in order to make it happen." In which, within the heat of battle, as Vegeta was shown having to avoid each and every single one of Oru's strikes until Oru was able to wrap his tail around Vegeta's leg and having to make him fall, was when the Demon Oru had now seized his opportunity and having to take advantage of this, as Demon Haas went on to then continue, "Yes, just like that, Oru, but be careful against him, for this Saiyan was regarded as being one of the more aggressive ones of the bunch, so watch his movements. This one doesn't look so tough to me, Haas, so where is all of that power that you said this warrior would have, because I don't see it within him. You are all the same," Oru then went on to continue by smashing down on Vegeta, "and very soon, the Dark Masters will have their way with you all once they plunge your world into darkness." But then, it was only from out of nowhere now, with Vegeta shown having to transform into a Super Saiyan and knocking Oru off of his body, was when Haas then went on to respond, "Oh, damn it, I forgot that these Saiyans have the ability to transform. Oh, I should have expected as much," Oru then went on to respond, "for his power has completely changed compared to what it was before. Did you demons truly think that you'd be able to come down onto a world like this and expect for there not to be any resistance against you?" Vegeta then went on to question. "Well, you were wrong, because we aren't going to be pushed around nor threatened by the likes of you and your kind," Vegeta went on to then attack Oru. "Demon or otherwise, I am sick of having to deal with this entire situation, and therefore, I am going to go and put a stop to it myself if I need to." "Oh, don't let him get inside of your head, Oru! The Dark Masters made it clear on what the mission is, and so now go and take this Saiyan down now!" In which, even despite with Oru attempting to reach Vegeta, with Vegeta being shown having to lean out of the way, was when Oru then went on to continue, "Bro, you could never face off against us demons and live to tell about it. For mark my words, you will be crushed before you ever had the chance to even try." But Vegeta, on the other hand, was not having it, because despite with Oru attempting to attack Vegeta, with Vegeta being shown slamming Oru down onto the ground, was when Vegeta then went on to respond, "Then why don't you go and do something that will put me in my place if you can, demon? Because if you're on some kind of a mission on reaching Universe 7's God of Destruction, then why are you having such a tough time in getting past me then?" "Well, I could tell you as to why that is," Vegeta continues. "It's because you are all weak. You demons can't possibly expect to compete against the likes of us and think that you can win with laughable power like that, do you? For I will smash your body into pieces and send you back to your masters in a pool of your own blood, demon. Now watch as I will go and do just that." To which, as Demon Haas was then shown reaching on behind them in the portals, when Haas then went on to respond, "I'll curse that Saiyan. He's a lot tougher than what we gave this mortal credit for, as it looks like he's going to leave me with no other choice than to have to go with Plan B that was given to me by Dr. Sugami in case things were to get a little messy here. Now where is it? For if we were to gather any kind of sample from that God of Destruction, then we must hurry before they're able to do anything to stop us. Yes, there it is. So it's better to be safe than it is to be sorry," Haas went on to pull out a vial by responding. "And in the case of that Saiyan over there, well, I'm not sorry about anything. So cheers to ya, Mr. Mighty Mortal of the 7th Universe. Because if you thought that we would go and make this easy on you, then you thought wrong, and so this will be the price that you will have to go and pay. And so now let's just see what Dr. Sugami had been cooking up in that laboratory down there while splicing this mortal's DNA. Which the best part about it all will be the fool won't even know what hit him. Strange. Now what is that annoying little demon up to over there, Beerus went on to question, because I can tell that without a shadow of a doubt, they're plotting something. And so now what exactly was inside of that little vial container that the ugly little one over there went and smashed onto the floor of my planet? For I know that whatever that might be can't be good, Beerus continues, and unless Vegeta decides to take his sweet time by destroying these creatures, then I'll have to step in and do it myself if necessary. As over on the other side, with Vegeta shown having to continuously smash his foot down on Oru's head, was when Vegeta then went on to continue, "You are all so pathetic that it almost feels insulting for me to waste my time on such weaklings. And because I feel as though my time is being disrespected, I am going to continue to kick your head in until your brain, assuming that you even have one, is spilled all over the ground, demon. Maybe at least then you'll be able to fully comprehend the errors of your mistakes, as you and your kind will never measure up to the might of a Saiyan, you parasites. Now crawl back into the hole that you came from." But then, it was just from out of nowhere, with Oro being shown grabbing onto Vegeta's leg before Vegeta was able to make contact, was when Oro then went on to respond, "You foolish Saiyan, you clearly aren't as bright as I feared that you would be, which is ironically fortunate for us because you won't even be able to see what hits you when it does. So can you feel it, mortal?" With Haas having to laugh by responding, "Such naive simpletons these daywalkers in this universe are, for little do they know of the real dangers that they all have coming their way. And since they don't know, now we'll wait and see on how this will all turn out in a matter of a few moments." "Oh really?" Vegeta questions, "and just what in the world are you babbling about, demon? What do you mean by not be able to see it when it hits you? What are you plotting, you worm? For you better start talking right now." But then, it was only just from out of nowhere, with Vegeta being shown getting kicked in the face, was when Oro then went on to quickly respond, "Oh, don't you worry, cause you're about to find out," with Haas chiming in, "You know, you really shouldn't go and express such overconfidence without first having to understand what it is that you're going up against, Saiyan, cause now you're in for it." Now maybe my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, Beerus went on to respond to Vegeta, but is that you over there that's standing on the other side, Vegeta? Because whatever that was that just hit you is now standing right over there, and it looks just like you, Saiyan, with Vegeta responding, "No, what the heck is that? No, there's no way that what I'm looking at right now is actually real, but how?" In which, from out of nowhere now, standing before Vegeta, was the first time that Vegeta ever had a glimpse in having to bear witness to his own shadow demon, as Demon Oro went on to then respond, "You fight with the confidence of a man who has never considered his own downfall, but we demons have watched and learned within the shadows in identifying the weaknesses that come with such arrogance, as in the end, it will be your own strength and your own blood that will seal your fate. So now do you see?" With Demon Haas having to chime in, "And in your arrogance, you were too blind to see that we went and created a much stronger and far more superior version of you that will most definitely be far more useful in tearing right through you before reaching Lord Beerus." In which, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over inside of the hyperbolic time chamber and seeing the Super Dragon be brought out yet again, was when the Super Dragon then went on to respond, "You who have gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Speak now. What will you want your wish to be for me to grant?" With Kira having to then shout, "Yes, now is the time, Dark Lords. Let us begin by bringing back the fallen angel Murno as our servant first. For this should be our second of many wishes." With Toro having to then shout, "Then it shall be, for we wish to revive the fallen angel who was destroyed that went by the name Murno. For we wish for his resurrection now immediately." With the Super Dragon then responding, "To resurrect the one who you refer to as the fallen angel Murno presents a far greater challenge than one may assume, for it is a very complex wish to grant. For as the complexity of your wish lies in the fundamental nature of how Murno was erased, for it was an act that had been carried out by the very forces that govern the principles of our universe," the Super Dragon continues, "as such a request was made prohibited and stands as an irreversible request to grant. For this order of command was passed down by Zalama the Dragon God, the Grand Priest, and the Omni Kings themselves. themselves. Wait, say what? Toro then went on to shout, the wish can't be granted. But how could the wish be irreversible? With even Dark Master Bakara responding, but that can't be. How could the Eternal Dragon not be able to grant our wish? And to further add, the Super Dragon then continues, Murno's erasure by the Grand Priest was an exercise of divine power that had severed the angel completely from the continuum of existence itself. For this level of eradication is so profound and complete that it nullifies any possibilities of resurrection, for Murno's body along with his soul could never be restored into existence again, as this order is passed directly down from the great kings themselves, so therefore your request is null and void. Now what is your next wish? Interesting, so his soul along with his body could never be brought back into existence, huh? Toro questions? But there must be some kind of way to bypass this. And if Murno can't be wished back to life, then there must be something else that can be done, for we still have a few more things to take care of before wishing for Master Raijin to be freed. If I can make a suggestion, Lord Toro, Dark Master Jogo went on to grab onto Toro by responding, for we might want to consider increasing our numbers from within our army, but not only by resurrecting the previously destroyed demons, but by enhancing our most powerful demons and having them reach new levels of power, my lord, with Toro responding, actually, come to think of it, this may in fact work. Alright then, Dragon, here is our next wish, for we wish to resurrect and strengthen our ever-growing army within the demon realm by maximizing the strength of our most powerful demons, Toro shouts. Grant us our wish and
Escape time machine having asses.
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
I'm putting you out of your misery right now.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Anyone, please!
Bastard
don't know what the hell this guy's doing, dog. Just trolling us, stream sniping and shit. Bro, I wait like an hour to find a match just to deal with this bullshit.
Strengthen our numbers from within the demon realm at once. Pretty peas. Your wish to resurrect those who have fallen and strengthen your most powerful demons within the demon realm shall be granted. In which back on over within the demon realm, as newer and more vicious demons are now beginning to rise up from the ground, was when Toro then went on to continue. Wonderful, for everything is going exactly as we had foreseen, as with our numbers doubling and continuing to grow one by one, we will get exactly what we've been looking for, and soon, once Master Raijin is freed, is when the multiverse will come to a complete standstill. 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Dark Lords. For the Super Dragon Balls are fully good to go and be used again, and now that we have managed to take care of one problem, it's time that we go and take care of the other by finally doing something about those infuriating little Omni Kings once and for all. And since they can't be wished away or be erased, then we'll just go with what we had talked about and execute Plan B instead. Yes, that's right, Gira went on to then chime in, for this will no doubt buy us more than enough time to go and figure out for a way to destroy them while they remain inactive for the time being, Dark Lords. So let us proceed with Plan B. Then let us summon the dragon and put those runts in their rightful places, Toro went on to then chime back in. And so now then, release your hold on the Super Dragon Balls, Leviathan. To which seconds later, upon command, with the giant Leviathan then shown having to release his hold on the Super Dragon Balls, was when the Dark Master Bakaro went on to chime in. This was far too easy, and it will only continue to benefit us the more we go and use them. Oh yes, they will. And so then let's move forward with our plans, Toro then went on to shout. And so now then, Almighty Eternal Dragon, come forth and grant us our wish, for your presence is required before us immediately. As Gira then went on to chime in, I will never get tired of watching such a phenomenon take place, but I honestly couldn't be any more excited of having us finally put those Omni Kings in their place. As moments later, with the Super Dragon then shown having to appear from the Super Dragon Balls, was when Super Shenron then went on to announce, you who have gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Speak now and state your wish, with Toro responding, wonderful. Alright, Dragon, now listen closely. Since the Omni Kings cannot be wished to be erased through your power, we instead want to wish to have both of the Omni Kings be put to a permanent rest for now. And while we wait for Lord Raijin to return, we will wait to see what he wants to do with them moving forward, Toro continues. So in the meantime, we wish for them to go to sleep without the ability of anyone being able to reach them, sealing them off within their palace with an impenetrable barrier that surrounds them in preventing all from reaching the two of them. And so this, Almighty Dragon, is our wish. So now do it. So we're back on over within the Omni Palace, as both Omni Kings were from there shown having to look for the Grand Priest, was when the present Omni King then went on to question, hello? Now where could the Grand Priest have gone if he's not behind these chairs? Were you able to find him? With the future Omni King responding, no, for it doesn't look like he's under this table here either, and so I don't have a clue on where the Grand Priest went. He just vanished without a trace. Hey, do you think he's hiding in one of the 12 universes instead of hiding somewhere in here, the present Omni King questions? Because I don't sense his energy anywhere. Can you? Well, no, I can't either, but maybe he is. so should we go and check the future Omni King questions? As before you know it now, from out of nowhere, with both of the Omni Kings now beginning to glow a very mysterious color, was when the present Omni King then went on to question, hey, wait, you're glowing. Why are you glowing? Wait, I am? Well, I don't know, but you're also glowing too. Oh, wow, I don't know about you, but I sure do feel awfully sleepy all of a sudden, the present Omni King responds. Wait, you are? Because I'm starting to feel awfully sleepy myself as well, the future Omni King chimes back in. And I don't know why, but I can't seem to keep my eyes open for much longer because now they're starting to get all watery, the present Omni King responds. Maybe we should go and look for the Grand Minister after we go and get some sleep, with the future Omni King responding, yeah, I agree. Let's just go and look for him a little later, with the present Omni King then being shown spawning a bed and then responding, yeah, I'll just go and sleep here because I don't feel like walking anymore because of how tired I am, and so I'm going to sleep right here then. That's much better, the present Omni King went on to jump in his bed, with the future Omni King spawning his own. Okay, well, good night, future me. Yeah, I think I'll go and do the same, the future Omni King responds, so wait for me. There we are now, that's much better. Well, good night, present me, and see you later in the morning then. To which moments later, with both Omni Kings now shown knocked out and going to sleep, with a giant barrier being shown having to appear in front of their palace, was when the Super Dragon went on to respond, your wish to have the two Omni Kings go into a deep slumber with a barrier to prevent all those who wish to go in and out of the Omni Palace has been granted. My services are no longer required, and so farewell. To which seconds later, before the Super Dragon Balls were then shown having to be scattered all throughout the time chamber, was when the Dark Masters went on to regroup the Dragon Balls, with Toro having to then shout, steady now, Dark Lords, continue to hold them in place until they have all been claimed again. There we are. And so now then, Leviathan, hurry and use your binding chains to go and hold the Dragon Balls in their current position so that way they could be used again. In which, as the giant Leviathan was then shown having to do so, was when Toro then went on to continue, so no matter what happens, do not release your hold on these Dragon Balls until I have given you the order. Steady. Excellent. And now, with our biggest and most challenging problem set aside and out of our way, we can now proceed with our true intention, and that is by setting Lord Raijin free from his prison. And so as we wait for the Dragon Balls to recharge, our next move will be our greatest one yet, Dark Lords. To which, in the meantime, as this was shown happening, when then venturing back on over into the Demon Realm and seeing as to how the Demon Kibi was trying to wake Goku up, was when Kibi then went on to respond, you know, I tried warning you that this would happen, and so you should consider yourself lucky that Lord Gira didn't go and execute you when she did, and that's solely due to the fact that you're being kept around as their testing experiments. And so now wake up, Saiyan, wake up and look around you, Kibi continues. You are no longer in your own world, as this is the realm of Lord Raijin and the Dark Masters, and your defeat should be a clear message of what we demons here are capable of. For we are far beyond what you've faced before, far more cunning and far more ruthless as well, with Goku being shown waking back up and responding, What? Hey, it's you again. Kibi, was it? But what are you doing back here? You're not supposed to be here, and so why are you back? With Kibi responding, well, for the record, I just want to make one thing perfectly clear to you so that way you don't get the wrong idea here, and that is that I don't like you, Goku. And while I pledge my allegiance to the Demon Realm, Kibi continues, you don't belong here, nor do I believe that you are deserving of such torture, and so I'm breaking you out of here and sending you back to your universe, Saiyan. Wait, but what do you mean, Goku questions? Why do you care enough to break me free and send me back to my universe for? Consider this a favor for letting me go and sparing my life upon our first confrontation, Saiyan. And so we don't have all of the time in the world to just sit around and chat about this, and so you'll need to hurry and come with me, Kibi continues. Your escape can be covered up if we aren't spotted by any of the other demons within the area, but for that to happen, you'll need to go and follow my every word and do so at once. Got it? With Goku responding, but they'll slaughter you if they find out what you've done here. Which is why they won't if you go and follow my every lead, Saiyan, so I won't go and tell you again. Now quit asking me about it before I go and change my mind and put you back inside. So once again, consider yourself fortunate, for you may never get another opportunity like this again, Goku, as my act of freeing you is a rare moment of mercy, but for such an act has never been done before by a demon, and unless you haven't already sensed all of the massive energies around you, you don't have long now until they surround and attack you if you're spotted out here. And so now, unless you have some kind of a death wish and prefer to remain captive and be destroyed here, then stand back up on your feet right now and let's start moving before the others are able to find you. Now stop looking at me with that stupid look on your face and hurry it up and follow my lead, Kibi shouts. Do it now or I will leave you behind to die, and so now hurry it up and get a move on. In which that was exactly what Goku ended up doing, because with Goku now shown having to follow Kibi's lead was when Goku then went on to question, right then, let's go, but where exactly are we going, Kibi? And how are you so sure that we aren't going to be seen by the others? With Kibi responding, as long as we are able to remain within close proximity while making our way in and around this canyon, then we'll remain undetected unless we directly happen to run into any of the demon guards on the outskirt areas. Now come on! Hurry now, this way, through here, Kibi continues. And whatever you do, do not engage against any of the demons that you happen to see, with Goku responding, whoa, I could actually sense a couple of really huge power levels in that direction as well, but what do you think would happen if we're spotted and they attack? Then we'll have no other choice than to fight back against them, right? Then you'll be destroyed if you try, Saiyan, Kibi responds, because as strong as you are, you wouldn't be able to handle all of them alone, especially the ones who are among the elites in the demon realm. So mask your energy and continue to follow my lead, because if you don't, then you'll lose track of where I am and expose yourself for the others to notice. Wait, so you guys have elite level demons down here too? Goku went on to then question, because that sounds a whole hell of a lot like how the Saiyans used to be, and so I can only imagine as to how strong some of these demons could be. But it was only just during the middle of their conversation with Kibi and Goku almost taking the wrong turn and heading towards the demons was when Kibi then went on to chime back in, oh, just my luck. Quickly, this way, Saiyan, and don't look back. One of those very elites is standing right over there behind us, and so hurry and move. Wait, and so that's what that strange power was that I was sensing? Yes, Saiyan, and so let's go. That's Mecha Myro, the machine demon, and while he's sorting out the other demons, we must move now, with Goku questioning, a machine demon? And what incredible energy. And he's huge, Goku continues, and just look at the size of those blasters that are attached on his back over there. And what's even more crazy is that he looks like a giant android, but really isn't anything like one, or at least not the kind of androids that we have back on Earth. Oh, hey, what did I just say about giving away our position, you idiots? Do you have brain damage or what? You're going to destroy us both. I told you not to look back nor stop for anything, did I not? And so I'm not going to warn you again. Either stay with me at all times and don't look back, or I will leave you out here to die on your own. And so now move it, Saiyan, right now! In which, fortunately enough, before the elite machine demon Mecha Myro was shown having to turn his head and noticing how Goku and Kibi were now shown gone was when a demon minion went on to them respond, so shall we go and check on the great giants then, sire? Is everything okay, Mecha Myro, sir? I sense an intruder nearby, Mecha Myro responds. Come on, this way, in here, hurry, Kibi went on to respond to Goku upon having to discover a small cave nearby. We don't have all day, and so this will do for the time being while I try and get you out of here, so don't try to draw any more attention towards us while I try to send you back to your world. In there, Goku questions, but how are we so sure that there aren't any more of them inside? Well, no, because this here is a single entrance cave, which is the best that I can do with the time that I have to get you out of here, and so it's like I said, try not to draw any more attention towards yourself while I go and do this, Kibi continues. Oh, I see. Well, smart thinking, but listen, I know that we may have started off on the wrong foot and all, but I just really do feel as though I owe you for this, Goku says. And well, even if you can't stand the sight of me, but I'm curious on how you'll do it. I mean, how is it that you demons are able to travel through other realms so quickly? Is it using portals or something? With Kibi responding, the portals we demons use are far from ordinary, Saiyan, for they are not simple passageways between realms either, for our portals harness the very essence of the demon realm itself, Kibi continues, intertwining with the fabric of space-time in ways that your standard portals cannot. And as such, they are not just for travel either, for they can be used as traps used for spying or used to launch surprise attacks without our enemies ever being able to see what hit them, with Goku responding, "Wow, how bizarre. So you guys can go and weaponize those things and even use them as traps and bait your enemies into them? And so all you'd have to do is just draw upon the Demon Realm's essence in order for you to go and use them?" Goku questions, with Kibi responding, "Correct, and unless you have any sort of knowledge on how to create and use them, then you will never be able to summon them," with Goku responding, "Oh wow, so that's how you guys are able to move around so quickly like that." And well, I was wondering because I remember learning of a similar technique a while back when that Myrna was using it to get around with Kibi responding, "I heard tales of what Myrna was able to use and do, but I'm sure the technique that you've learned is not quite as similar as the ones that we use here." Wait, so do you think that I could maybe learn how to create portals like this since, well, the ones that I know how to create are kind of similar, or do I need to remain down here in order for me to make them? With Kibi responding, "You would need to spend more time down here in order to learn how to harness the Demon Realm's essence in order for them to be created, so yes." But then, it was only then, just from out of nowhere, way beyond the entrance point, where a mysterious demon went on to spot Kibi and what he was doing, as the demon then went on to shout, "Is that you over there, Kibi? I knew I was able to sense your presence nearby, and so what are you doing in there? And who exactly are you with? Because that doesn't appear to be a demon," with Kibi quickly responding, "Oh no, damn it, someone had spotted us. Quickly, you've got to get a move on and leave now." "Oh, well, what are you just standing around for? Go back into your universe and don't ever think about coming back if you don't wish to be destroyed. And so now we'll call it even, and now go and hurry before the portal closes on you." In which, with only moments to spare, just before Goku was shown having to enter through this portal, was when Goku went on to look on back by then responding, "Listen, no matter what happens, please don't end up like those monsters that you serve, Kibi, for I can sense more than just blinded loyalty that's coming from you, and you don't have to be a slave and serve under those who are willing to only look to use you, for we are not your enemies here in this fight, Kibi, because believe it or not, they are the Dark Masters and this demon god Raijin," Goku continues, "and if they go and bring Myrno back, then it'll be the end of all of us, but I won't forget about this, Kibi. I owe you one for this, so take care of yourself, okay? And hopefully we'll see each other again one day, but under different circumstances," to which, as Goku is now shown making his way through the portal, was when Kibi then went on to respond, "Oh, there we go. What a strange but yet very interesting creature this Goku was. But what exactly did he mean by what he just said before he left?" Kibi questions. "We are not your enemies, but how could he be so sure of that? And what exactly did he mean by they are in reference to who our true enemies are?" Kibi questions. But then, it was just from out of nowhere from the cave entrance, where a demon named Dubo had gone as far as to address Kibi's actions, as Dubo went on to then respond, my, Kibi. Now I'm sure that you were able to fully understand the consequences behind such actions of having to send that Saiyan mortal back to his universe now, don't you? For you should know damn well that if this was any of the other soldiers, let alone the demon elites or even the Dark Masters themselves, that you'd be executed on the spot or turned in for treason against your own people for doing what you just did. Which I want to know as to why you did it, and you better have a good enough answer for me as well, because I didn't train you since you were a child in becoming a traitor to Lord Raijin's throne. And so now you better start talking, and you better start talking right now, boy. Why did you go and set that Saiyan free and help send him back to his universe behind the backs of the Dark Masters? You appear conflicted about something because I can feel it within your spirit, young soldier. And so now why did you do it? And you better not even think about lying to your teacher either, because you know that that won't work on me, Kibi. Well, I know that it might sound very uncharacteristic of a demon to go and show mercy to an outsider, but this Goku had went and shown me leniency when he had none to gain from it upon our battle, Kibi says, and that act of mercy alone deserved its recognition. And so you might question my decision, Master Dubo, but consider this. Goku could have easily destroyed me during our fight, but yet he chose not to. And so I felt like I owed him his freedom, since he was the one who went and spared my life when he could have just ended it instead, with Demon Dubo having to respond, your loyalty belongs to the throne, demon, and so you are not to utter a single word to anyone about what you did here, or you will be faced with execution by the hands of the Dark Masters or worse. And if I were to catch you to do anything like that ever again, Dubo went on to then continue, then I will destroy you myself, boy. Do you understand? Not a word to anyone, and so now let's go. As in the meantime, we will act as though we were never here and have not seen anything, do you understand? And if questioned about your whereabouts, then you will say that you have been training with me. Got it? With Kibi responding, right, but why are you doing this, Dubo? Why are you not just turning me into the Dark Masters for what I did? Because as my protege, I care too much about your worth to have it all be wiped away after all that I've done to train you, Dubo responds. And so now consider this a favor, demon. But then, it was only unbeknownst to both Dubo and Kibi below, as up above we then see how a demon elite by the name of Zaro went on to then oversee this, as Zaro then went on to respond, so it seems like we have traitors who walk among us, I see. For I never would have expected to encounter such treachery of this kind of magnitude to take place within the demon realm, but yet here we are. For they underestimate the consequences of their actions, especially for one as extreme as this one, as they have now betrayed our kind and must be made to suffer for their wretched treachery, Zaru continues. For the Dark Lord shall make an example out of them, and I cannot wait to watch them pay the ultimate price for what they did, because such acts cannot stand. And whichever of these traitors was responsible for setting that Saiyan mortal free has ultimately sealed their fates forever. And by turning against the demon realm, have they now invoked a wrath unlike any other, Zaru continues. Especially once Master Raijin returns to us and reclaims the throne, my eyes will remain on them, and when that time comes, their punishments will both be cruel and unforgettable. And so I hope that it was all well worth setting that mortal free, demons. Now just what in the cosmos is this? This barrier is unlike anything that I've ever seen before, but how could such a thing just suddenly appear around the Omni King's palace like this? And more importantly is, why can't I detect the Omni Kings or the Grand Priest from within, Whis questions? For never in my time have I ever witnessed such an anomaly like this take place, especially not here, Whis continues. And the absence of the Omni Kings and Grand Priest's life and energy signatures is a dire sign, for I must act quickly to understand this predicament before it's too late. But is it possible to go inside? Well now, incredible, Whis went on to press forward, a barrier that even I cannot penetrate, for it's almost as if the very essence of this shield is designed to counter beings like myself, as the strength and complexity of this shield are beyond anything that I've encountered before, which only now begs the question on how it was formed. Whis went on to then proceed by poking his staff down at the barrier, as I'm sure that there must be some kind of way for there to be a method in getting inside of this thing, but how, Whis questions? Was it those demons? Because if I do not find a way to be able to break through, then how will I be able to reach the Grand Priest along with the Omni Kings? But then, it was only just from out of nowhere now, as Whis had assumed that he was by himself, where his sister Vados then went on to chime in. You know, I was starting to wonder on when the others would show, for I've been here waiting for about an hour after this appeared, in trying to get down to the bottom of what was happening around here, Vados says. Sister Vados, so you were the first to experience this strange barrier before any of the others, were you? So would you then happen to know on what exactly was shown having to happen here, with Vados responding, well, I was, but I can't tell you as to how or why this had happened, but I was planning on alerting the other angel shortly after if I wasn't able to find the solution in getting through. Which, speaking of, Vados continues, would you happen to know as to why this is happening? Is it me, or were you able to pick up on some very unusual things that have been happening as of late throughout the multiverse, Whis? With Whis responding, well, even though I may not have all of the answers as of right now, I did happen to stumble upon a pair of individuals that may in fact be directly responsible for all of this taking place. And for this, I recently stumbled across two demons who are on a mission to collect the Super Dragon Balls as they were pulling them back into their realm, Whis continues. And while I'd assume that these demons demons were taking these Dragon Balls and bringing them back into the demon realm, I also happened to overhear their names, and upon having to hear it, I then remembered as to where I had heard these names before. For in the ancient Book of the Fallen, I remember reading on the names of these Dark Masters that happened to have ruled over the demon realm, as they were only second behind another dark entity, and so I do believe that whatever this barrier is must have more than likely have been caused by those demons who I happened to catch stealing the Super Dragon Balls, and as I only fear that things will only now begin to get worse so as long as they're in possession of the Super Dragon Balls as well, with Vados having to chime in. Demons who hail under the title of Dark Masters? Well, now it's all beginning to make more and more sense to me, she says, as they are now more than likely the ones who are responsible and behind all of this, and especially if you've seen them collecting the Super Dragon Balls, but without direct clearance by the Grand Minister, how are we going to act on fixing this issue without breaking the laws of the angels, Whis? With Whis responding, well, it's an extreme case because if nothing is done and we are unable to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls from the Dark Master's possession, well then I'm afraid that even despite with the consequences being as grave as they are, the law of the angels will need to be broken if we are to ensure the survival of the entire multiverse, so take that how you will. What a truly horrible situation, Vados went on to then respond, for we can't just allow for these Dark Masters to simply go and abuse the Super Dragon Balls, but we are at the same time to uphold our oath as angels in reassuring our position as neutral beings without breaking the Grand Minister's rules. And so I don't know why, but this almost seems to remind me of the time when we had to go and face off against Murno when we did. And what's worse is I feel as though if these demons are aware of Murno's actions along with being well versed in understanding who Murno was, then who is to say that they wouldn't go and use the Super Dragon Balls to go and bring him back from the dead? It's a stretch, but it's a risk that I am not willing to take, Vados continues, and so we must go and gather the other angels so that we can make sure that such a nightmare is never able to come true by the hands of the Dark Masters. As in the meantime, when then venturing back on over and seeing what Vegeta and Beerus were just about to do upon having to stumble upon the demons on Beerus's planet was when Beerus then went on to respond, I grow tired of having to deal with such nonsense on my planet, Vegeta. And especially now that it appears like those demons were somehow able to replicate a version of you within their ranks, Beerus continues. And so now destroy them, Saiyan, for I will not want to tell you to do it again, with Vegeta responding, right, then whatever happens, leave that clone or whatever the hell that thing out there that looks like me is to me, Lord Beerus, because now this is personal between them and I, to which as Vegeta was then shown transforming into his primal blue evolution form was when Demon Haas went on to then respond, what the? This Saiyan was hiding yet another transformation? And what incredible power. Oh, be careful out there, Oru. What is this transformation of his? Oru then went on to question upon Vegeta being shown dashing right towards him. His speed, it's shut your mouth and get out of my way, you fool, for I'll make sure to leave you for last, demon. And so now back to you, Vegeta went on to attack his Shadow Demon clone by then responding, now I don't know as to what the hell you are, but even if they went and somehow tried to clone me, understand that you will never be as honorable or as powerful as the original, fool. I'll curse that Saiyan. Oru went on to then get up by responding, I think my jaw is broken from that attack of his, and I felt him pulling his punches because his main objective is that Shadow Demon. For I must use this moment to strike while I still can and make my move and grab a sample of that God of Destruction while I can. And if I don't take this moment to go after that God of Destruction now, then we'll never be able to retrieve a sample. Oru went on to then dash forward by responding, and so whatever happens, keep your eyes on me at all times, Haas. I'm going after that God of Destruction, and so wait on my signal, with Vegeta then having to notice this by then responding, what the, and just where do you think you're going? Wait, of course, now I see he's going after Lord Beerus. Oh, that demon is coming right after you, Lord Beerus. Him and that other little demon are going to try and, but then it was only just before Primal Blue Evolution Vegeta was shown having to finish his sentence where his Shadow Demon was shown punching Vegeta in the face by then responding, your eyes should be locked onto me and only me, Vegeta. Yes, good, Haas went on to then respond, good, and so now's your chance, Oru. Now go and take that destroyer down, to which as Oro was then shown trying to do was when Oro then went on to shout, "You're mine, god of destruction, and so now give me what we were sent here to collect, destroyer." Oh no, not so fast, creature Beerus went on to then stop Oro's claw by having to grab it. I don't think so. You know, you demons have caused quite the trouble within my universe here today, and in your case, that is not something for any of you to be proud of either, Beerus continues, and so, you were looking to collect a sample from me now, were you? Well, now I'm curious, demon, and what exactly were you looking to collect this sample for, Beerus questions? Surely it wasn't for a science project of yours or anything now, was it? What are you waiting for, Haas? Hurry and send in the claw while I have him in my sights. What do you think this is, god of destruction? Do you really think that by destroying me will prove anything? Because my masters will already have what I was sent onto this world to collect. Well, I don't know what you'd expect for that other demon Haas to do, Beerus responds, because he'll be destroyed as well if he tried anything prior to him even knowing what hit him, and so why don't you fess up and tell me as to what it was that you intended to do with whatever you ended up collecting here, demon? Were you planning on trying to clone me, Beerus questions? Because I can tell you here and now that this wouldn't have worked out in your favor, because I would have just destroyed you fools before you even had the chance to try it. And so now what was your plan? Because I can assure you now that no matter what it was that it was going to be, it wouldn't have worked, demon. Well, actually, destroyer, Oro responds upon having demon Ravagor's arms being shown slowly making their way towards Beerus. It doesn't matter if you did know, because by the end of this day, whether you want to accept it or not, we will have what we came onto this world for. To which, as soon as Ravagor's arms were now shown clawing at Beerus's legs, this had now only created the perfect opportunity in having the blood of Beerus be underneath the nails of Ravagor's severed arms, to which even with Beerus being shown getting caught off guard and now visibly being shown very angry at the fact of Ravagor having to be shown doing this, was when Beerus was then shown having to redirect his focus at the little severed arms that were making its way towards Haas, as Beerus then went on to shout, "What in the world? And what was that just now? Self-moving hands? Wait, why I should have known. We've got it, Haas! Hurry and grab the claws and go back and seal the portal up right now while I'm able to hold him back," Oro shouts. "Don't let anything happen to Ravagor's arms before it makes its way through the portal," Oro continues, with Vegeta being shown turning his head by then responding, "Oh, they what? No, I can't let that thing escape." But then, it was from out of nowhere now yet again, as Shadow Demon Vegeta was then shown having to headbutt Vegeta in the face before having to liquidize himself into the ground, was when Shadow Demon Vegeta went on to respond, "Pardon the sudden interruption, but we will resume at a later time, Vegeta." Why you? And just what do you mean later? And just where the hell do you think you're going? Get back here, demon! Oh, get out of my damn way, creature, Beerus went on to then shout by having to backhand Oro across the face. "How dare you try and attempt to make a fool out of the strongest god of destruction, demon? Now you've done it, because now I'm mad, and since you wanted to play rough," Beerus went on to stick his arm out by continuing, "then let's play rough. But why leave when we are only just getting started? For I will not have any of you creatures walk onto a destroyer's planet and live to talk about it, especially after blindsiding me in order to sample my blood, demons. Not on my watch. And so now experience the full force of a destroyer's power, demon. Hakai!" But then, it was only just upon with Beerus attempting to be shown having to Hakai Ravagor's severed arms was when from out of nowhere, that was when Oro was shown having to jump in the middle of this, with Vegeta then having to shout, "Oh, and just what the hell is that demon doing? No, I will stake my existence to ensure that our mission carries out until the end." To which that was exactly what Oro was then shown having to do, because with Beerus now being shown having to erase Oro completely was when Beerus then went on to question, "What the? That fool used himself as a shield to protect the other demons. Incredible. Well, you did the right thing," Oro Haas went on to respond upon the Shadow Demon and Ravagor's severed arms being shown having to hop back within the portal, "as we will go and make sure that your sacrifice will not be forgotten, for you have now allowed for us to further our plans." Good, yes, and so we're sorry to cut things a little short here, Haas continues, but we promise that there will be a whole lot more where that came from very, very soon. Especially once the Dark Masters are ready to go and make their move, and so we'd like to thank you both for your outstanding participation, but unfortunately, we have other plans. And for the record, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't sure if we'd be able to pull this off or not, but, well, with Oru's cunning distraction along with laying down his life for the greater good, on top of having our Shadow Demon hold off the mortal while we quickly got what we wanted from the Destroyer, well, it looks like everything turned out just fine, now didn't it? So we'll be seeing you all soon. But Vegeta, on the other hand, was not having it, because it was only just before Haas was then shown having to close his portal, where Vegeta was shown having to charge up for his Gallic Gun by then shouting, "Like hell you demons are going to leave, because the only way that you are going to be going back to your masters is in a pile of burnt flesh and broken bones, creature. You fools aren't going anywhere, and so here's something for you to take back to your Dark Masters, Gallic Gun!" Aw, sorry Saiyan, but we have other things to attend to at the moment, but we'll make sure that we'll be seeing you all very soon. And
All time.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Oh no! Thank you so much.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Take on.
Bro, how does this happen every time, dog? These guys come right to me. I'm off this, bro. I'm telling you, this happens every other, like, 3 matches. It's just lame, dog.
so now, so long.
I'm busy. I have other things to be doing right
Seconds
now.
later, as a
You
giant
guys just watch the
explosion was then
manga.
shown having to take place was when Vegeta then went on to quickly respond. Oh no! They couldn't have possibly managed to seal off that portal and escape before my attack was able to reach them.
I even played a fucking match properly without getting sniped.
Curse those damn creatures! How were they able to find a way to escape this fast? And just how the hell are they able to move through dimensions like this? Vegeta questions. Oh, it just almost feels like we're right back to dealing with Murno's clones again. Alright, now I'm annoyed, Beerus went on to then quickly respond by being shown patting himself down. For I have seen all that I needed to see, and since those creatures were trying to get my attention, well, now they have it, because I will not just stand here and tolerate such disrespect. For I am in no such mood to be treated as though I am not the god of destruction for a reason, and by drawing first blood now only indicates that this means war. As with Goku now finally being shown having to exit from the demon realm and now making his way back on over to Earth was when Goku then went on to respond, "Whoa, okay, there we are, phew. I'm finally back home where I belong and out of that realm for good. Talk about a close call back there. Well, now that I'm back, where the heck am I? This looks like some kind of a tropical forest, which means that I'm pretty far away from the others, but, well, at least I can still sense all of them here, so I'd better hurry and head back to the lookout and see if I can talk to Dende, because I can't seem to sense Vegeta's energy anywhere. And I gotta go see where he is, but boy am I glad to be back. And what a terrible and evil realm that demon realm was. And with everything that they're planning down there, I have to go and see if I can talk to Lord Beerus and Whis immediately. And of all the possible things, those demons want to go and try and resurrect Murno after after being erased. Well, I can't let that happen, but let's try and find Vegeta first before any of those demons do. Let's see, so he's not on Earth, which means that he's more than likely on Beerus' planet. Wait, hold on, I can sense Gohan and Piccolo in that area over there, Goku continues. Well, I better go and let them in on everything since I'm more than sure that Vegeta is talking to Lord Beerus and Whis about everything right now too. And so I better go now then, and for our sake, let's just hope that more of those things didn't show up like they did before, so I can't just go and waste any more time, to which as Goku from there was shown using instant transmission, we only from there pan on over and seeing as to how Bulma and Dr. Hedo were assisting and helping both Piccolo and Gohan. As Dr. Hedo went on to patch Gohan up by then responding. Well, these are some really nasty cuts that you have there, but just give me 1 second so I can scoop up one last drop while Hachimaru patches you right back up. Well, thanks a lot, Dr. Hedo, and I wonder what exactly you and Bulma will be able to find with all of the data that you keep sampling from these drops of blood that you're collecting, because whatever the heck that wasn't anything that me and Piccolo have ever seen before. But then, it was only just a few seconds before Goku's initial re-entry was when Piccolo went on to send something by then responding. Wait, hold on, does anyone else sense that too? Something's coming. Oh no, you don't, not again. Oh no, I don't think so, creature. You and your gang of monsters don't stand a chance, Piccolo went on to shout, as even with Gamma 1 having to look on, as Piccolo had inadvertently gone as far as to now punch Goku, who had re-entered square in the face, was when only then everyone began to realize that this in fact wasn't a demon, but in fact Goku, as Gamma 1 went on to respond. Hey, that's not a monster. Wait, what in the world? Goku? Piccolo shouts. What are you doing here? Dad? But where the heck did he just drop in from? Gohan went on to respond. It's Goku, Dr. Hedo shouts, and it looks like he was finally able to make it back and find us after all. Well, that was awkward, with Goku being shown rubbing his face and then responding. Ouch, jeez. What's got you on edge like this all of a sudden, Piccolo? That hurt, you know. Sorry about that, Goku. It's been a long day already, and, well, the last person that I was expecting to see just show up from out of nowhere like that was you, with Bulma then having to shout, "What's wrong with you, Goku? You can't just go sneaking up on us like that, you know?" Right, well, sorry about that, Bulma, but if I knew I'd get punched in the face like that, then I just would have used the door. Gohan and I were randomly attacked not long after you went missing, so we're a little on edge after what happened today, Piccolo responds. Wait, you guys were attacked here too? Oh, well, that explains a lot then, but I just wasn't expecting for more and more of them to start crossing on over after I went into that realm. And just in case you're all wondering, the reason as to why I was gone for as long as I was is because, well, I found myself trapped within the demon realm the entire time, as Gohan and Dr. Hedo went on to shout, "The demon realm?" The legend of the demon realm was often talked about on planet Namek, but I never took any of it as being something that was true, well, until having to learn of there being multiple realms, with our universe having one as well. But what happened, Piccolo then went on to question. What did you see while you were down there, and better yet, what did you learn? Because we were told that the creature that you and Vegeta had battled had wanted to take a sample of your blood for some reason, and well, because strangely enough, that was exactly what had happened with me and Gohan a few hours ago. Wait, they went and stole your blood too, Goku then went on to question? Well, I at least know as to why they wanted to take our blood, and even though I don't know how to describe this without sounding crazy, but, well, I ended up coming face to face with some kind of a shadow demon that looked just like me, who was created from the blood that was taken from me. But not only just that, but I also came face to face with the demon realm's so-called dark masters, and there are 4 of them. And though I can't really say too much about them, what I do know is that all 4 of them are extremely powerful, Goku continues. One of them even froze me in place, while the other just sucked my Ultra Instinct power right out of my body like some kind of a vacuum. So they're very dangerous, and from what I saw, they're also putting together a massive army too. And what's even worse is that they all seem to serve under one leader, Goku continues. They mentioned him as being some sort of a demon god, the first of his kind, or something like that, and, well, while he's currently sealed away in some kind of a prison, they plan on releasing him by using the Super Dragon Balls they've stolen stolen, and that's not the only thing they're looking to do either, Goku continues, because after using the Super Dragon Balls to free this Raijin, they are also planning to use the Dragon Balls to try and resurrect Murno back to life and control him by using him as a weapon, so that way he could go and do their dirty work for them, as everyone then went on to shout, "To resurrect Murno?" Doctor, who is this Murno that they speak of? Gamma 1 went on to ask. Was that the angel that you went on to tell me about just around a year ago? With Dr. Hedo responding, "Well, sadly, I believe it is. He's the angel that the others had spoken about, who nearly went on to destroy the entire multiverse after he was thought to have been once destroyed. So this isn't good, Gamma 1. This isn't good at all." "Oh, I knew it. What did I tell you, Gohan? I knew that something was up, especially after having to hear about some random creature just speak about this, almost as though he was there to see it all for himself when going after your dad and Vegeta. And now that we know for it to be true, we can't stand around and allow for what happened before to happen again." "You're right," Gohan responds, "and with the Super Dragon Balls down there too, there's no telling on what they're going to try to use those things to wish for down there either." "Right, and the last thing that we need is to find ourselves going head to head against that monster Murno again. And so before anything, we have to try and stop those Dark Masters from wishing Murno back to life by any means necessary." As Dr. Hedo went on to then chime in, "Well, then it's better to be prepared just in case anything were to happen then, so I have an idea. What me and Bulma will do is we'll go and look more into seeing what we can find from this demon horn that Piccolo and Gohan had brought back, and see if we can find a way to use their own blood as a weapon against them. And so it won't be easy, but we have to try something and not sit around and wait," Dr. Hedo continues. "Then in that case, I'll go and head back over to the lookout and let Dende and the others know about what's going on while I go and try to find Vegeta after. And so whatever happens moving forward is something that we have to be ready for," with Bulma having to respond, "Oh, please make sure that Vegeta is safe, Goku. I think Vegeta will be just fine, but it's the others that I'm worried about," Goku continues. "So if it's not too much to ask for, we may need to go and get the boys ready just in case if things get a little messy around here in case we need them. So could you please let Trunks and Goten along with Chi-Chi know about what's going on around here and pass it all down?" "Well, if that's the case," Piccolo went on to then quickly respond, "you and Gohan can go and head out and I'll meet with you guys later. What I'll go and do is let the others in on what's going on because we'll need all the help that we can get, especially if they're building an army down there." "Sounds good then," Goku responds. "Just please be careful out there, Piccolo. Signal me in case your hands get a little sticky out there too, okay?" With Piccolo responding, "Yeah, well, you know me, I'll be fine, but I would also advise for you to try and inform both Beerus and Whis, so that way they can also go and warn the other destroyers, warriors, and angels as well, because if this goes far beyond our control," Piccolo continues, "then we're going to need all the help that we can get out there." To which, as Gohan was then shown grabbing onto Goku's shoulder, was when Gohan went on to then chime in, "Let's do this then, Dad. I'll ride with you and see that I come and help just in case I'm needed." With Goku responding, "Thank you, Gohan. We'll see you all soon, and Gamma 1, do whatever it is that you need to do in order to protect everyone here, okay? So we're off." To which, as Goku was then shown using instant transmission, was when Bulma then went on to respond, "Oh gosh, I hope that they're all going to be safe out there. And I also hope that for our sake, that monster angel isn't brought back to life either." "Hey, Bulma," Dr. Hedo went on to then quickly respond, "come here for a moment. And I believe I have an idea here that just might work, for I also believe that it's time that we start to finalize our coding for Project CC Cell Pro. But first, I think that we can do something with this demon's DNA that will work," Hedo continues. As in the meantime, during all of this, when venturing back on over into the time chamber and now seeing the Super Dragon once again having to re-emerge, was when the Super Dragon then went on to respond, "You who have gathered together all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish?" With Dark Master Gira having to chime in, "Just look at the sheer size of that dragon. And I have never been more ready for Lord Raijin to finally return to us." With Dark Master Toro responding, "Excellent, for the hour of our great master's return is finally upon us. No longer will we continue to remain locked away, for it is finally time for the rightful God King of the Underworld to rise again and lead us to glory. And with everything going according to our plan," Toro continues, "there will be nothing and no one left who will stand in our way ever again. And on this day, here and now, will mark the very moment of everything having to change and change forever. All right, Dragon, now listen closely," Toro continues. "Our wish is to break the ancient angelic seal that binds our leader and release the god of the demon realm from his captive prison. We wish for the god of of the underworld to be set free at once. Release the god of the demon realm at once, dragon. With the super dragon responding, your wish to undo the angelic seal that binds the god of the demon realm known as Raijin shall be granted. To which, back in the demon realm, as the entire realm itself was now beginning to shake, all of the chains that were shown having to keep Raijin sealed within this pod were now beginning to break loose, as Toro then went on to chime back in. Good, very good. At long last, the day of our master's return is finally here, Dark Lords. As with the entire demon realm now seemingly having to shake under the tremendous pressure of Raijin's return, was when General Raigo went on to chime in.
I have to figure out how to turn subscriber mode off. I think I have to do it off stream. I don't know if I can do it
finally
on
been
stream.
awakened. The containment chamber has been opened. We must quickly gather together in the name of welcoming our leader back into power immediately. And so now quickly, demons of the underworld, the hour of Lord Raijin's return has finally arrived. Assemble yourselves on my position and bow your heads before Lord Raijin's return right now. In which, even back within the time chamber, as the other Dark Masters were now beginning to feel Raijin's power, was when Dark Master Jogo went on to chime in. What incredible energy. Lord Raijin's power can even be sensed from all the way inside of the time chamber as well. It's best if we go now, with Toro responding, I agree, and so we will return back inside of the time chamber as soon as we welcome Lord Raijin back into the demon realm. And as soon as we are done, we are to come back inside and continue to use the Super Dragon Balls as a way to
I'll try to figure it out after, but we found another match.
So now
Should
let
start
us
in 2
go
minutes.
and go now. What an incredibly frightening power, the Demon Kibi went on to then quickly chime in by noticing. I never would have imagined for Master Raijin's power to be this large, but it looks as though the Dark Masters have truly done it. And what's even more amazing, Demon Dubo went on to then chime in,
that was
is
quick.
seeing the
You have a level
entire
38
demon realm
Wuhan.
tremble under the weight of Lord Raijin's incredible power, and look there. It looks as though all of the demons are beginning to gather near the chamber where Lord Raijin will be set to emerge. So come now, for it would be best for us to go immediately as well, boy. Yes, a good idea, Kibi responds. Then let us go before it's too late. Can you feel that, Dark
How do I
Lords?
die within
Our
10 to
master's
15
time has
seconds?
finally arrived since the days
Like,
where
I'll
he
look
was
at my
sealed
view
and
count.
locked away.
Like, say I'm sitting at like 10 views, then the match is about to begin, then it'll jump up to like 15. So that's how we know we're getting sniped.
For let us bow, Bakara says, as Toro went on to then respond. And now for those who
So, like,
can
right
hear
now I
the
was just
sound
sitting at
of
6,
my
now I'm sitting at
voice,
7.
bow down and pay your respects to our
And
God
it'll stay,
King's
you know,
ultimate return
only when
to
the matches
power
start, when the view count starts to go up a little bit. And then when the match is finished, it drops back down. So that's how I know I get stream sniped sometimes. Or if I like die within like 10-15 seconds, it makes no sense, man. Because like the raider is obviously not close to me, right? But the raider obviously will come right to me and kill me.
Place them in the right spots.
It's just suspicious.
Or like, you know, I'll be hiding somewhere and then they just come and find me.
So
I just turned the stream off. Oh, sorry, I just quit the match because if they're watching my screen, then they're just going to end up killing everyone else because they know where everyone else is hiding, right? So it doesn't make sense to stay in the game.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
We just lost a player.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. Great. You know what to do with that key.
I don't know, man. I'm over it. All you can do is just move on to the next match. This guy didn't even change. We're down a player, and 2 people are KO'd right now. So it's not looking good. This guy got his level 3. That's GG's. Nowhere for me to run. Back to A. Yeah, this match is over, bro. Like 4 minutes. Iron King, you retired from this game.
Oh no, the super transfer was stolen. I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then.
He got fed up of this game too. He's like, I'm over it.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Still looking for this A key.
Super transfer. Take it and survive this.
Don't have a power key radar, unfortunately.
What's the big idea?
How was it gone in there?
Big time machine.
The escape time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there. There's a beacon where the blue light is. Do you see it? Head that way fast. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Fucking move, bro. You're gonna hiding up in the corner and shit. Gay. Yeah, you know what? Let's just fight. Let's get out of here. This game's stressful, bro. Alright, that guy's gone. This guy should just leave before they destroys the time machine. This game, GG's. On to the next.
Lord Raijin is here. We are at your service, O great god of the demon realm, General Raigo went on to then utter. For we have waited for your return now for millions of years, O great one. In which upon a hand now being shown having to emerge from the chamber was when Toro then went on to respond. Yes, can you feel it, Dark Lords? Our master has finally been set free. As it was finally now through the other side, as the demon realm's Dark Demon King was now shown finally having to emerge, was when General Raiga then went on to chime in. Venerable Dark Lord of the Demon Realm, we humbly kneel before your return in both admiration and appreciation of your awakening. We kneel before you as your servants as we are ready to give up our lives in your name, sire, Dark Master Bakaro responds. We are at your service, Lord Raijin went on to then also chime in. Your every wish and desire is ours to grant, Master. Great Lord of the Underworld, we are all here at your service once more, for we want to welcome you back to your kingdom, my lord. We here, along with the entire demon realm, stand ready and wait on your command. As the dark demon god Raijin then went on to respond, it's been eons since I last laid my eyes on the four of you. Now rise. I can sense that much has changed since I was imprisoned within this realm by the hands of that angel and his father. But nevertheless, the angelic seal that was used to seal me, how was it broken? Raijin questions, with Toro responding, we went and gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls and wished to undo the seal that kept you in prison, Master. Interesting. It's been so very long, Raijin utters. Hungry, so very hungry. A blood offering is in order, Raijin went on to then point out surprisingly by responding, I have gone long enough without the taste of fresh blood, and so a sacrifice must be made here and now, so therefore I choose you. In which from out of nowhere, the moment the demon god Raijin was from that point then shown dragging along one of his own demons and having to use him as a sacrifice, was when the demon god Raijin went on to then respond, I've longed for a delectable meal prior to being sealed away, and so therefore you will be the one who will satisfy my hunger here and now. But fear not, young demon, for you are only serving your purpose in this world by offering yourself as a sacrifice, Raijin continues, and as such, your fate has already been sealed. Now do yourself a favor for the both of us and stay right where you are and hold still, demon. This won't take long, to which upon Raijin now being shown sinking his teeth into the demon's neck was when Giro went on to respond, well, this was a bit of an unexpected scenario to witness unfold. behold, and a very surprising one as well, to say the least. He's eating one of his very own, Bakara went on to then utter. But why not just offer up the Saiyan instead, with Toro quickly cutting in. Quiet, Bakara! You are in no position to question Lord Raigen's actions or what he chooses to do. Your blood isn't as sweet as that of an angel, but it'll be enough to hold out until I find another creature to feast upon. However, I require more than just your blood, Raigen continues, for my hunger knows no bound. So I require more. Why throw a fresh young body away when it can be properly disposed of, Raigen questions, to where within that very moment, as surprisingly enough, with Raigen now shown having to impale this young demon through the chest and having to grab onto his heart, was when Raigen then went on to continue, you have my respect for offering yourself up as being my first meal in millions of years. So your beating heart will do, young one, for it is my absolute favorite organ to feast on. And now that I have it, your services to me are no longer needed. We hope that this offering appeases you, Great One, Toro went on to then quickly chime in. Is there anything else that you would want for us to carry out and do for you, my lord? With Raigen then being shown responding, I require information at once, with Toro having to respond, as you wish, master. And what kind of information do you desire to know about, Great One? First, I want to start with the four of you, Raigen responds. You were all locked away by that wretched angel Murno after I was, so how were the four of you able to break free? And how was the seal that had locked this realm away suddenly opened, and when? There is much that I want to know, for I can sense that many great changes have taken place since my battle with the Grand Priest's firstborn angel. So what have you learned since I've been away, Raigen questions. I may have grown older in age, but I am not naive. Go and speak now. What do you know of what happened, Raigen further questions? For I can also sense that you were able to acquire my staff and use it to garner what you needed, so now I would want all of you to tell me everything now. So speak, with Toro having to then respond, the Supreme Angel whom we've battled against was overtaken by the very evil that was brewing within his soul, my lord. Murno turned against all of the gods, including the Grand Priest, after assuming that Murno had originally been erased, only to later find out that Murno had split his essence into several clones, rebuilding himself within the voids of time until he later returned to further go on and initiate war against the multiverse. He was nearly successful, but was later destroyed by both the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, erased without a trace of him left behind in the process. His power, however, was far above and beyond anything that we could have imagined for it to be, dwarfing mortals, destroyers, and even angels, until meeting his end by the hands of his father after transforming and revealing some kind of an Omni fighting form that managed to tear into the rogue angel before he was erased, Toro continues. Murno's battle with the Grand Priest is what created shockwaves throughout every realm, which as a result had shattered the very seal that was placed over the demon realm in setting us free as a result of Murno's war with the multiverse itself, my lord. Interesting, Raigen responds. So, the evil that I had seen within his heart had finally overtaken him after all. And this power of his that you speak of, Toro, you say that only the Grand Priest was able to surpass it after transforming? I see. I knew that angel was going to turn against his own kind sooner or later, but I did not expect for it to have ended the way that it did, Raigen continues. In my prime, I was able to give this former angel a worthy challenge, but this ultimate new power that you speak of appears to have been very different than the one that I remember fighting against. And you also speak of the Omni King as though you imply that there is more than one, which was why I was able to
Parents, you know how it goes with the Z Broly's.
Finished already?
Everyone's dead within 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus trucks! I've set a super time machine.
No one disconnected at least.
Supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Perfect! Where am I?
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You be careful too, okay?
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Try to set this key. Patrick, thank you for becoming a bronze breaker, homie. Appreciate the support. Much love.
Flying Nimbus!
So he got his level 2. Which is better if he shit, here he comes. Hope he didn't see me.
You found another power key. Use it quick. Great. You know what to do with that key. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Stay calm. Oh, come on! Give me a freaking break.
So he's destroying B. We have to just get to D next. Yeah, Broly's annoying. His key blasts are really, really good. So it's really hard to dodge them. You need to get the... You need to summon and get the transfer going. And a lot of stuns.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
We still have a full team.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Alright, we need the whole team to come fight, man. It's only 2 of us that have a dragon change left, though.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I don't know if that guy gave up, but it sucks. Gotta plant this key. Sacrifice. Like, how do you defend that, bro? This guy has a barrier that shoots key blasts at you. How do you defend against that? Good job, Terrence. You're almost at 120. Rank's coming back in like 3 weeks from now. I might have to make a Discord for all the members and for the squad to play and to join so we can talk and do pre-mates when rank starts.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. An ally needs your help. Don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Our level 3's down, unfortunately. I have no more sodas. Here's the supplies.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
Man, I try to help him, bro. He got KO'd. He's gonna take the Dragon Balls.
I sent you a super transmitter. Use it to hold the enemy back.
Just me and this other guy.
It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to.
He needs to go grab that transfer. I'm gonna try to summon.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Look where this guy is. Not doing nothing, bro.
Come forth, Shenron!
Man.
State your wish. I shall grant you any wish that you desire. It shall be done. I will grant
Yeah, we should be having a season 10, hopefully. There's a whole bunch of items that hasn't been used yet. Yo, bro, go do something productive, man. It's level 1, ain't doing shit. Bro, a second I forgot I had it. I'll go gum.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Escape time machine having ass, bro.
The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again.
wonder what will happen. I can't even D-change. Try to escape. No effect. I don't know, guys. I tried.
If you'd only chosen death, you could have avoided more suffering. The end is nigh.
I was hoping he was trying to go for the transfer, but he was just sitting his ass there waiting for the escape time machine.
Feel 2 life forces instead of 1 many years ago, I see. So it was Myrno's battle with his father that led to our freedom, especially if this power of his was that great to have shaken the very core of the multiverse itself. Maybe a power of that magnitude could prove to be rather useful to me, Raijin continues. So, tell me then, with these super Dragon Balls that you've used, can the angel be wished back to life and enslaved to only serve me by using their power, Raijin questions? If he was thought to have been erased before, can he be restored once again? Or was his ultimate destruction irreversible? With Toro responding, unfortunately, his destruction is indeed irreversible, for we had attempted to wish for Myrno to be resurrected, but the dragon said that Myrno's destruction was beyond his power to grant, for it is forbidden. Myrno was erased in such a way where his very vessel along with his soul can never be restored under any condition. All traces of Myrno have been eradicated beyond anyone's ability to restore, Toro continues. He was beaten and chained, held by the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings, before nullifying his very existence to its core and making sure that he can never return. Irreversible, you say, Raijin responds. What interesting developments. Then if Myrno cannot be revived and be enslaved under my control, then there must be something that can be done about that power of his that he displayed. So tell me then, what exactly is the current status of these deities, Raijin questions? Explain to me on why there are 12 universes instead of 18. Have the other 6 universes been completely destroyed, with Toro responding, they have, Lord Raijin. As time went on following your imprisonment, the Omni King appeared to have been in a very bad mood and thus went on to erase all 6 universes in total, limiting the multiverse down to only 12 now. And as for the deities, well, we went and used the Super Dragon Balls to seal away the Grand Priest and the Omni Guards within the prison realm, since the Omni Kings couldn't have been wished to be destroyed, so we had the dragon put them both to sleep while locking them both away. And as for your staff, Lord Raijin, this was what we had used in order to look into finding out and seeing what had taken place while you've been away. Good, Raijin responds. Then there is much that needs to be done, especially now that I am awake, as I am limited by what I can do in my current state, but this too will soon also change. My objective of merging the multiverse with the demon realm and thus making everything as one will not be interrupted for a second time like it was again. Why destroy something when I can make it mine to rule over with an iron fist, Raijin questions. But in order for the demon realm to reign supreme over all life, I must go beyond what I once was in my prime time, as I was once so feared and so powerful that they had to send Murno down here to try and stop me, Raijin continues. But with Murno gone and the others imprisoned, there is nothing and no one who will stand in my way ever again. I can also sense the life energy of many powerful mortal warriors spread throughout the multiverse as well, for they too are to be dealt with, which is why I will place my trust in the Old Guard to see this mission through until they are all destroyed. Furthermore, once I am restored and go beyond my prime, Raijin continues, I will begin the process of merging the multiverse with the demon realm, and such a feat will require a very supreme power for me to wield in order to make that happen. So let it be known that from this moment forward, the demon realm will rise through the ashes in becoming the pinnacle dimension of existence as the multiverse bends their knee to our will. Our race will purge the cosmos of any and all life who dares to stand in our way. So let this henceforth be known as a declaration of war against the entire multiverse by purging the useless eaters and lazy gods from their resting places. But in order for that to happen, however, Raijin went on to then continue, there are a few things that I must go out of my way and get done before our final plan is complete. One of them being, since the angel Murno has been utterly annihilated without the possibility of wishing for him to be revived and enslaved, then all that remains is that power that you spoke of. As this is where the four of you come in, for I want you all to go and use the Dragon Balls and wish for Murno's essence and what had driven Murno into becoming who he was into me. This, along with his full power, to be transferred directly into me so that our power can become one. The knowledge that he had along with this power you had spoken of will be merged within me to create the ultimate weapon of destruction. As the Dark Master Toro went on to quickly chime in, but my lord, this would be the first time that an angel's essence and power would be mixed with the blood and spirit of a demon god. For such an act has never in the history of our kind was ever shown to be attempted. As I'm also afraid that if something were to go wrong, then it could result in some kind of a negative chain reaction that may end up destroying you, my lord. And so I would highly advise that maybe you would, and I would highly advise, Raijin went on to quickly interrupt, that you watch your tone and remember whom it is that you're speaking with here, Toro. Do not mistake my age for weakness, demon, for I may be old, but I am still far stronger than all of you. You are to remember your place and remember who it is that you serve, Raijin continues. My wishes are not to be put into question, nor are they to be denied, demon. You are meant to serve me. Do you understand? With Toro having to respond, yes, I understand, Master Raijin. I do not wish to oppose your requests. Then let this be the first and last time that I address you, Raijin went on to warn Toro, for this will be your one and only warning. Don't you ever question my intentions and challenge my position ever again. For if you do, then I will tear your body wide open and eat your heart out while I keep you alive long enough to watch it all happen before you die. You are to know where you are and where you stand, so last time, demon. Now go and use those Super Dragon Balls and grant me the wish that I demand for right this moment. And do the rest of you understand? As the entire demon realm went on to then respond, we understand, Dark Lord, for we are in accordance to your every wish and every action, great demon god Raijin. As Raijin went on to then let Toro go by then continuing, I thought so, and I will not have the same mercy on you again, Toro. So consider yourself lucky to still be alive, and so now go. My order still stands for the four of you. As Toro went on to then catch his breath by then responding, yes, my lord, for we will need but a few hours within the time chamber before the Dragon Balls can be used again, and so once they recharge is when we will go and do as you wish, my lord, as your wishes will be ours to help see come true. And so now come then, Dark Lords. We must go and carry out Master Raijin's order at once. There is no time to be wasted while we have it. General Raiga, continue to strengthen the demon army and increase their numbers while we're away. To which, as the Dark Masters were then shown leaving, it only had now looked as though everything was seemingly going going according to Raijin's plan, as Raijin then went on to say to himself, "Excellent. I knew that you would fall sooner or later upon battling you, Angel, but it's a shame that you had never listened to me, for you would have been a great ally to us if you did, but nevertheless, now that you are gone, that dark angelic power which you've used to wage war against the multiverse, along with the vast knowledge that you've collected, will soon be mine. And once I have this, then my next objective is to find and collect those configuration cubes." To which, upon the moment of arrival, with Goku noticing that Dende and Mr. Popo were shown cleaning the lookout, was when Goku then went on to add, "Alright, now let's just go and see if we can get some answers here and find out if the Dragon Balls can be put to use for us, just in case we absolutely need them if all else fails," with Gohan responding, Dad, I hate to ask, but don't tell me that you and Vegeta were the ones who were responsible for the way the lookout looks right now, are you? Because, well, Mr. Popo and Dende don't appear to look very happy here," with Goku responding, "Nah, it'll be fine. And besides, we could always just go and use the Dragon Balls to fix whatever damages are on the lookout anyways. But hey there, you guys. I'm finally back and was able to find my way out, well, sort of, with the help of a demon that I honestly don't think would have turned out to be someone that would even break me out. But, well, now that I'm out of the demon realm, we can." But then, it was only just before Goku could even go as far as to finish his sentence was when Dende went on to cut in, "Oh, stop it, Goku. I was able to sense your presence once I felt you re-enter back onto Earth, but just listen, how many times must we go and tell you to please try and not trash the lookout, Goku? Do you even know how much cleaning we are going to have to do here because of you and Vegeta? This is ridiculous, Goku," with Goku having to then respond, "Whoa, hey there, take it easy. I'm sorry about the mess here, but I actually wanted to ask you about something that I think would be very important in case we were to go from, well, of course, bad to worse here on Earth, and so I need to know something, Dende. Could Shenron be able to possibly reverse a wish or two that had already been made by the hands of the demons within the demon realm after having to use the Super Dragon Balls and go and make their wish? I kind of want to know where we stand here, because if push comes to shove, well, then we're going to need all of the aid and all of the help that we could get against them, and so could Shenron here on Earth be able to undo Super Shenron's wishes, or would Earth's Shenron be way out of his league here, with Dende responding, "Wait, so you'd want to try and undo the wishes that were already put in place by the Super Dragon? Oh, well, I'm sorry, Goku, but you know that can't be done, don't you?" with Goku responding, "Wait, seriously? But what do you mean? How come?" with Dende having to explain, "Well, what I mean is that if what you're already telling me is that there were already several wishes that were made by the hands of the Super Dragon Balls in secret, then, well, then there's no way that the Earth's Dragon Balls would be able to do anything that could reverse such an effect unless you wish to undo them by using the Super Dragon Balls themselves, but I'm afraid outside of that there is no other option, and so I'm sorry, but Earth's Shenron just wouldn't be able to do anything about that, especially if it were done in a pocket dimension like the Demon Realm," Dende continues. "And what's worse about this is the fact that they even have the Super Dragon Balls in the first place, which isn't a good sign whatsoever. And how are they even able to get them, and what exactly are they planning on using them down there for? Because, well, this is just extremely terrible. No matter how you may try and go and look at this, if what you're saying is true, Goku." "No, seriously? Well, would it be possible for us to maybe go and make Shenron stronger then? Would that have any effect in having to help us in case we needed his power? Because, well, I ask because in case something were to happen here in our universe," Goku continues, "then it would be best to have Earth's Dragon Balls on standby just in case," with Dende responding, "Well, I could try and strengthen Shenron's power here on Earth, but, well, I doubt that it'll still be enough to alter anything that's been used by the Super Dragon Balls, but, well, I could go and see what I can do in order to ensure that just in case we need Earth's Dragon Balls, they'll be here. But I think if anything, the best course of action to take is to try and get the Super Dragon Balls back and pull them out of the Demon Realm, but I know that this in and of itself won't be an easy task, and so, well, I'll go and see what I can do here to ensure that nothing happens, but just please be careful, Goku. You'll never know what lies in wait for you within the darkness, and I say that because, well, I have a really bad feeling about all of this," Dende says. "Well, if that's the case," Gohan then went on to quickly chime in, "then I think it's best if we go and speak to Whis and Lord Beerus, along with informing Vegeta about what's been going on around here, so that way we can all remain aware just in case more of those demons were to suddenly start showing up in our universe again, Dad. And so I think it's best if we go now, too," with Goku responding, "Yeah, you're probably right, and so we're going going to need all of the help that we can get, especially if things start to get ugly around here, and so we'll plan ahead and come back later and try to get the others prepared too, Goku says. Well, thank you for your help, Dende, so we'll make sure to come back here after we're done speaking with Whis and Lord Beerus about this, but just remember that if you happen to run into any trouble here on the lookout, then don't hesitate then to let us know, and we'll be right here to help you if you need us, okay? And so let's just hope that we can keep Earth's Dragon Balls safe while we go and try to figure out how to get the Super Dragon Balls back. And so now stay safe, you guys. We'll be seeing you both soon. To which seconds later, with Goku then shown using instant transmission and teleporting him and Gohan off of the lookout, was when Mr. Popo then went on to chime in. Oh dear, do you think that they'll be able to somehow go and bring the Super Dragon Balls back, Kami? Well, I sure do hope so, Mr. Popo. And I sure hope that they do, because I have a very bad feeling about all of this, and I don't like it one bit, and so let's just hope that they all do good by the end, Dende says. To where all the while, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over down below, as we only then surprisingly enough see how Piccolo was able to find and speak with both Android 17 and Android 18, was when Piccolo then went on to comment, and so that's the situation. Although a difficult one and one that we don't fully understand yet, the dangers that are posed by these demons from the demon realm cannot be overstated, as these creatures don't just seek conquest, but the total annihilation of everything in this universe if we don't prepare for what is to come against them as well, with Android 18 responding, demons from the demon realm, huh? Sounds like a headache, to be honest, but what exactly is their motive here, because they don't appear to be in any hurry to invade altogether, especially if it's only just a few of them showing up here and there, and so what's their deal, 18 continues, because if they don't seem to be in any kind of hurry here, then what are we to worry about exactly, because you're making this sound a whole lot worse than what it actually is, and so now what is it? Is this really as troublesome as the way you make it sound, or are you simply worried over the fact of actually having to see a few just show up from out of nowhere, with 17 then having to chime in? And besides, how bad can it really be with the others like Goku, Broly, Gohan, and Vegeta around to fight these things, 17 questions? Or are you telling us that maybe we are just simply biting off a bit more than we can chew here, especially since we're already loaded with some of the multiverse's strongest warriors, with Piccolo responding, well, although we haven't really seen what this realm truly houses in terms of powerful warriors that can compete with our own, we have both seen what happens when dark forces go unchecked, so you can only go as far as to imagine that only tenfold compared to what we could be facing if they invade. The demon realm's warriors are masters of dark energy, Piccolo continues, capable of corrupting and destroying life on a scale that we haven't seen since facing Murno, whom in fact they are also trying to bring back, in case you really want to know. And so there's that, trying to bring Murno back. You hear that, 18-17 questions? Well, that's certainly not good, and I damn sure don't want to be placed in a situation where we have to go and fight that monster again. And so what do you think, 18? With 18 responding, yeah, same here. And so if that's the case, then we'll need to go and figure something out, so that way we don't have to end up going through the same mess that we ended up going through before. And so what's your call, 17? Well, if you decide to change your minds, Piccolo went on to then walk away by responding, you know where to find me. And so in the meantime, I'll go and warn the others in case things start getting messy around here. And so it's better to be safe and prepared than it is to be left open and vulnerable like how we were against Murno, Piccolo continues. And so I'd rather be ready this time and die fighting than to be caught by surprise again and be annihilated when I could have been ready. And so we'll be in touch if anything, Piccolo says. Hey now, slow your roll there for just a moment, 17 went on to then quickly chime
Right now we're
back
7
in,
out of
because
8.
whoever
Hopefully
said
we
that we
find a
were
match
done,
soon.
with Piccolo then questioning, what do you mean, 17? I thought that the two of you needed some time to think about this, with 17 responding, well, I think that it's more than obvious that we're in, especially if it's a fight that those demons are looking for, then they don't have to look any further than the two of us, so you can count us in, with 18 responding, yeah, you seriously didn't think that we'd just say no and leave you guys to hog all of the fun for yourselves now, did you? Now, what was it that you had mentioned about Bulma and Dr. Hedo exactly? Cause now I'm curious, with Piccolo being shown turning around by responding, well, what do you know, I knew that we could count on the two of you just in case we needed it, and so I couldn't thank you enough, Piccolo continues. And speaking of Bulma and Dr. Hedo, follow me and I'll bring you both to them, because if anyone could help ensure our victory against those demons, then it's those two for sure, so now follow me. To which, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over inside of Capsule Corp and seeing Dr. Hedo being shown approaching Bulma with a stack of research papers, was when Dr. Hedo then went on to comment, alright, it's all here, or at least all of the information that we need should be in these research papers here, and so maybe now we can go through with seeing if our information is is correct, so shall we go and try it out and see what we can make out of this, Bulma? With Bulma responding, ah, there we are now, and so I take it that with what we were able to gather, could we perhaps use this information to strengthen Gamma 1 along with powering our supercell defense system? With Dr. Hedo responding, well, with all of the data collected, we should be able to strengthen Gamma 1 by using the samples collected from that horn that Piccolo and Gohan had retrieved, but I'm not too sure on how this would affect our supercell defense Titan since, well, he isn't quite finished yet. So, well, if anything, I do believe that it would be best if we only run these upgrades on machines, just in case there's some unknown after effect from the samples collected that could still allow for a demon to take possession of a biological subject. Yeah, well, maybe we'll just go and do that in the meantime, Bulma went on to respond, until we know that it is safe to run these same upgrades on biological warriors without running the risk of having anything happen to them. But now that the Capsule Corp Metamo rings are complete, Bulma adds, it's just a matter of going as far as to test them to see what kind of a fusion it can create, and more importantly, if they can ultimately create fusions that are far stronger than the ones that we are used to via the fusion dance or the Potara earrings. But we'll just go and test these out last and see what we can make of them once we start to see what these are like in combat against someone. Well, to our credit, Dr. Hedo responds, we did manage to amp these up by a very large margin, especially when considering the idea that these things would multiply the fusion's power many times over, and so, well, it's only just a matter of finding the right pair to go and try these on and see what the results turn into, with Bulma having to then respond, yeah, well, I mean, there's always Goku and Vegeta that we can go and try these on, but then again, Vegeta never really enjoyed the idea of going and fusing with Goku to begin with, and so this might be a little tricky. But then, it was all of a sudden now to Bulma and Dr. Hedo's surprise was when Piccolo went on to then enter into their lab by then responding, hey, sorry to just barge in from out of nowhere again, but I hope you don't mind that since I came and brought a few guests along with me, that I do believe could be of much use to us in case we happen to find ourselves in a battle against those demons. And so who better to help us than two of our old friends from the past, with Bulma responding, wait, you brought guests? But who? Oh, don't tell me that you went and brought Goten and Trunks here now, did you? Well, I'm hoping that you weren't expecting for that God of Destruction or someone else to just show up, because that would have burst your bubble, 18 went on to then respond. And do either of us even look like Goten and Trunks to you, Bulma, 17 went on to then also quickly respond. And besides, the boys are busy watching over the island while I'm away, and so that should keep them occupied in the meantime, with Bulma responding, well, I'm glad that you guys can go and join us, because we're going to need all the help that we can get in order to counter whatever it is that's going to be coming, with Dr. Hedo also chiming in, hey, so you're the famous Android 17 and 18 that I heard so much about. Right, and based on my understanding on the two of you, you are both modified humans, aren't you?
Alright, we found a match, guys. We found a
Lazuli,
match.
Correct? Well, that's a first, 17 went on to quickly respond, because it's not that often that we run into anyone who refers to us by our actual names, but being that you seem like you really wanted to talk to us, 17 continues, our question now to you is, what are we going to do about this demon problem, and what exactly can you offer that would be of any use to us against these creatures, Doctor? And moreover, are the things that you and Bulma appear to be working on back there, 17 adds, and so why don't you go and fill us both in on what's going on, with Dr. Hedo responding, well, I see that your curiosity has been piqued by our latest endeavor, as these here aren't just any ordinary armbands, in case you're wondering, Dr. Hedo adds, or this is actually the culmination of years worth of research and development between Bulma and myself, as these right here are our official Capsule Corp Metamo fusion rings, and these bad boys are designed to facilitate a fusion that isn't only far more stable,
We have a level 9 and level 16. Them rookies.
super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
This guy's level 1. If we lose, I'm gonna be so mad. Hopefully we don't get stream sniped. We can find a power key radar or a civilian radar, that'd be great. Look at him up there already. Get the hell out of here.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
That's coming right for us.
Flying Nimbus! Stay calm. Stay calm.
What I tell you about this, bro? It happens all the time. This guy's still coming for me. Oh my god.
Holy hell.
Flying Nimbus!
You see what I'm talking about? I find it very suspicious that these guys always come for me first, bro. They go out of their way to kill me. Suspicious, dog. Because he could have killed that woman. I went left. She went right. He could have killed that woman, but he came after me specifically. Chased me all the way back over here. Very suspicious, dog. I'm just going to leave it like this in case he is watching the screen. He's not going to see where these guys are. I'll put the manga back on. If I get saved, I'll switch it back over. Because now he's just going to cap my body.
But significantly more powerful than traditional fusion as well, with Bulma having to then chime in. And even though we haven't tested them yet, this is only just one of many cool little secret projects that me and Dr. Heddle had been working on, with 17 responding. Fusion,
I got
huh?
saved.
Well, that's no surprise.
Hold on.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Sometimes I have really good luck in this game. Sometimes I have really bad luck. Hide in this cave. There's no way he knows I'm in this cave, bro. Gonna wait a bit. We have all 7 Dragon Balls though. As long as this guy doesn't die.
Bad. Somebody's
He
down.
dies. Right when I say it.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Flying Nimbus!
I do have a power key radar.
Welcome. Thank you.
Please save me.
You have my thanks.
Yeah, by level 2.
Flying Nimbus!
You're supposed to be going to E right now. You over here for it.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Place it now.
We need to just plant these keys.
Welcome.
Someone gave up.
Holy hell. You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinra on the altar.
Get that barrier, fam.
Stay calm. Crap, stay calm.
Access the startup system from the central area.
Fuck, I need that
One more
barrier.
to go, then you're done.
Now, state it shall be done. I will grant your wish. Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Welcome. Thank you.
He's going for his level 3. We might be able to win this by a time machine. Level 4 has to cook.
An ally needs your help. We don't know
See
what
that teamwork right there? I dropped the sensu bean. Hopefully you can instant transmission to that level 5. Sorry, to that person who's about to die. Alright, he made it. Teamwork, teamwork. Yeah, we got this in the bag. He's sold by not going to the time machine. Match was stressful, dog. Always has to kill me first, bro. Like I said, either die first or you live long enough to win the match. We live long enough, we won the match. GG's. That sensu bean I gave came clutch. Someone instant transmission to the other guy saved him. So he got his points. And shout out to level 4 holding it down.
Prize, but correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's an android sitting behind you, am I right? Interesting, so I'm guessing that you went and made this one yourself then? And with all things considered, 17 ads, do you think that he could hang with us just in case we have to team up against those demons when they get here, with Gamma 1 having to chime in? And if I may, Dr. Hedo, if there was ever a better time that called for the bio-acceleration chamber to be used in case we needed to stand our ground, then I do believe that this would be that very time for us to go and use it, with Dr. Hedo having to then respond, well, actually, come to think of it, that would be extremely ideal, and especially when considering on how much they'd be able to improve after we upgrade them to where they need to be. And well, now that you're both here, Dr. Hedo continues, and it's time that we go and do a little bit of modifying, so that way you are both up to date with everything that which you'll need to be made aware of. And if you think that the two of you are really strong now, then just you wait until you both emerge from our bio-acceleration chambers, for I can promise you both that the two of you will be extremely satisfied with the end result of what we do. As all the while in the meantime, when then venturing back on over on Beerus's planet and seeing Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta very angry at the fact that the demons were able to escape, was when Vegeta then went on to add, oh, I can't believe what just happened here. Of all the things that I could have prepared for, they went and blindsided me by having me fight a clone. A shadow demon on top of it all, Vegeta adds. And I know that it must have been when that little rodent of a demon had taken my blood on the lookout. And now they went and got away with Lord Beerus's blood sample too. And so what are we going to do now? As Beerus went on to look on down on his wound by then responding, and to think that I have allowed for myself to become far too calm about this overall situation, only to have something like this go and catch me by surprise. And as I was far too careless in allowing for such a thing to ever even go as far as to happen on my planet. Well, now I'm angry, Beerus adds, and I will make sure that no matter how many of those creatures decide to go and stand in my way, that they all pay for what had taken place here today. And as for you, Beerus adds, we were both fooled by the sudden and unexpected events that were shown taking place here today, but moving forward from now on, all of that changes, which means no more playing nice with any of those creatures from here on. Now step aside because Whis is back. Wait, Whis is back? Vegeta went on to then question upon seeing Whis arrive back on Beerus's planet. Well, good, and so let's just see if he was able to find out more about what the heck has been going on around here as of late, and so let's just see what he says. You were gone for a lot longer than you should have been, Whis, Beerus went on to then quickly chime in, and since you were gone, those creatures had the nerve to come and touch down on my planet while you were away, and so now I want their heads mounted on my wall for what they did. So with that said, what were you able to learn while speaking with the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings about this situation, Whis? Right, and so we ran into some trouble while you were away, Vegeta adds, and if there's anything that you can tell us about what we can do to put an end to all of this, then now would be a great time to tell us on what we need to do in order to make that happen, with Whis responding, though I was able to sense what was going on here while I was away, and I do however regret to inform you both that the overall situation appears to be far worse than I imagined that it would be, for the Omni Kings appear to be unresponsive and sealed away within their palace, as we are unable to reach them no matter how hard it is that we try. And so with that, we cannot trust that they are okay, with the shocked Vegeta responding, wait, say what now? They can't be reached even by you? But how is that even possible? And so are you saying that those demons are the ones who are responsible for putting up for such a barrier that prevents anyone from reaching them? Oh great, and so now
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spot.
2 keys so far.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Gotta find this E key after. Or not. Man's destroying E right in front of my face.
Careful now.
So just C and B left.
Flying Nimbus!
An ally needs your help.
Dog.
Don't know what danger awaits. Think before
Come
rushing
on,
in.
man.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
This guy saw me, but he saw me.
Stay calm. Oh man.
Flying Nimbus!
We have to go back to C though. We'll have to find the key.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
I wonder if he saw my Nimbus tail.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
It doesn't look like we're getting the Dragon Balls.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Thank you. Flying Nimbus!
So Trent, wanna get close? The startup system.
Right when I hit my Dragon Change, this guy wants to transform. Not transform, do this shit. Area destruction.
Flying Nimbus!
Imagine if these guys stayed and tried to fight. Probably could have won.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
I'm gonna change my name to No Escape Time Machine.
When rank starts.
You know, Terrence, maybe we have to make a video explaining why we should not use the escape time machine. Why we should stay together as a gang, as a group, as a unit, even if the time machine gets destroyed, and still try. You know, go down with the ship, go down with the Titanic, try to win the match, bro. Because the escape time machine, you still lose. But if everyone stays and fights, you still have a chance. Maybe I need to make a YouTube video, dog.
It's only level 1. We had a good team.
What are we supposed to do? With Whis responding, well, for now I will need to go and meet with the other angels so that way we can try and get down to the bottom of things, but I would need to go and do this alone. With Vegeta responding, oh great, and so this is far worse than what we thought it was, isn't it? Well, if that's the case, then they could be getting ready to launch an invasion at any moment. With Whis responding, well, they could go as far as to do so if they so happen to choose, but as long as we are prepared for anything of the sorts to happen, then we should be in good hands. But then, it was only suddenly now from out of nowhere during their conversation was when Goku had used instant transmission in bringing Gohan along with him. As Gohan then went on to chime in, well, it looks as though they all seem to be doing okay, but judging based from what I can see on their expressions, well, they don't seem to be very happy, and so I'm sure that something must have happened. With Goku responding, yeah, well, I wouldn't doubt it either, but let's just go and see if we can go and get down to the bottom of things, so that way we can go and maybe figure out on how we can go about this and stop those Dark Masters from doing what they're about to go and do. And for our sake, let's just hope that it's not too late either, Goku continues. And with that, it looks like we are not alone here either, Whis went on to then chime back in. So you were finally able to find your way back after all, huh? Well, I'm glad to see you back with us and in one piece, Goku, with Vegeta having to then respond, Kakarot, but since when did you just so happen to come back, and how were you able to go and find your way back out and return? With Goku responding, well, to be honest with you all, I wouldn't have been able to find my way back alone, and well, that's because surprisingly enough, it was actually one of those demons down there who helped break me out, but we'll go more into that a little later on because I was able to find out on what those demons were up to down there, and more importantly as to what they were planning on doing by using those Super Dragon Balls as well, with Whis responding, helped by a demon you say? Well, that's very unusual to hear, but if you have anything that you'd like to share with us, then now would be the perfect time to go on and do so, as Beerus was then shown having to approach Gohan by then having to ask him, so that idiot Saiyan went and brought you here too now, did he? Well, regardless of what I think of you, Beerus went on to put his hand on Gohan's shoulder, I'm glad that you are here because in case a war with those demons were to break out, then I will need all of you who are worthy of standing on the front lines to be ready for anything in case something were to happen, Saiyan. And so you do understand what it is that I am asking of you, do you not? With Gohan responding, well, thanks, Lord Beerus, but yes, I think I understand exactly what you're trying to tell me, and, well, you can go and count on me to do what it is that I need to do in order to stand by everyone's side to defend our universe from whatever might be coming our way, Lord Beerus. Well, if that's the case, then this is what I know, and so not only are those Dark Masters sampling our blood and our DNA in creating these shadow demons, Goku says, especially since they're creating them as a way to counter those who are the original, but they are also trying to use the Super Dragon Balls to not only undo an ancient seal that had locked away their demon god away, but to also make matters far worse, is that they're also going to try and use those Super Dragon Balls to attempt to try and resurrect Murno, and even go as far as to shackle him down and use him as their slave to wipe out and destroy everything, with Vegeta responding, what? They're trying to bring Murno back to life? Are they completely insane? And aside from having to fight one of those so-called shadow demons myself, they're also trying to awaken the demon god of the underworld as well? And you're absolutely sure about this, right? This isn't just a guess that you have or anything, right, Kakarot? For this is in fact the truth, isn't it? Because now it's all starting to make sense. Well, unfortunately, yes, it is, Goku responds. Hey, wait a second. Speaking of, how are those demons able to find this place and even go as far as to blindside you by cutting your... But then, it was only just before Goku even had the chance to finish was when Beerus went on to quickly interrupt Goku by then responding, "Oh no, you don't, Goku. One more word out of that mouth of yours and I'm going to see it that you never speak to me again. And so be careful with what it is that you say, because anyone, and I mean everyone, can be caught slacking when their guard is down," which was exactly what went and happened here. For I was too reckless to have paid attention and allowed for what happened to have had happen, but nevertheless, do we have a problem here or not, mortal? With Goku uttering, no, we don't, but geez, just take it easy, would you, Lord Beerus? I hope you're still not mad at me after what happened with your ice cream sundae and how me and Vegeta ruined your day from earlier, are you? Well, I'd hate to go and interrupt you guys, Gohan quickly went on to chime back in, but since those demons seem to be preparing themselves for a possible invasion and battle against us, then I think it would be best if we went and got some serious training in just to be safe, you know? And especially what was shown having to go down against Murno last time, I'm really not trying to take any chances here this time, Dad. Wait, you seriously mean it, Gohan? Goku questions? Well, are you really sure that you're up for this? Because there's no telling on what we're about to go and encounter once those demons decide to go and try to make a move on us, and so are you sure? Indeed, and what say you, Vegeta Whis went on to then question. Are you also going to join Gohan and Goku in training yourselves to prepare for whatever we might end up encountering later on? With Vegeta responding, no, I will not. At least not now, because I'm currently training myself, but in a different way, with my mind. And so I must continue to read this book in order to find out more information on just what those things actually are. Well, honestly, I couldn't be sure about it all, Gohan went on to then quickly respond. And especially with what was shown taking place on Earth when Murno had arrived, if anything like that were to happen again, then, well, I'd much rather go and be safe rather than be sorry, no matter how strong these demons are, Gohan says. And even if, let's just say, Murno were to somehow come back, then, well, I'd rather be ready than to be destroyed like the way I was when Murno had arrived back then. And so, while we're at it, could you go and do me a favor, Whis? Gohan went on to then question. I'd like to go and change my outfit back to the way my dad's is, and so could you maybe go and change that for me up a little bit, Whis? Oh, so you want to revert back to your orange gi then? Well, not a problem, Whis says. Alrighty then, just stay right where you are, with Goku responding, say, you're going back to your old colors again, huh? Gosh, I haven't seen you wear this outfit here since, well, since more than likely when we went and battled against Majin Buu prior to Murno, of course, and so, well, it's good to see you bring it back for one final run, eh, son? Yeah, I know, isn't it cool? Because it sure does go back and bring back a lot of memories now, doesn't it? With an agitated Vegeta saying to himself, oh, now I see. So those demons are able to alter their strength while using the demon realm's essence as a way to fuel themselves, which only goes as far as to confirm to me that they are using the realm's energy as a power source of some kind. But how can we stop them from further using the demon realm as a power supply is the question, because it doesn't seem to tell me on how that could be reversed unless, but of course, that has to be how it can be done, or I should have known, with Goku then continuing, well, now that you're ready, are you sure you want to go through with this, Gohan? Because if anything, we'll go and spar for a little just to see where you currently stand. That way I can also see what needs to be worked on the most while we engage. So is that okay? Yeah, that's perfect actually, Gohan responds, but could you go and do me a favor as well, Dad? And I don't want you holding back your full power against me just because you want to go engage me, alright? Well then you have my word that I'll go and leave it all out there against you, Gohan, Goku says. As I want to see how good you've become, so that way in case anything were to happen, then I'd know that you'd be right by my side in case a war were to break out, and so you have my word that I won't be going easy on you, my son. I promise. Well, thank you, Dad, and I promise to go all out and give it all that I have as well, so that way you can see that no matter what those demons try and throw our way, we aren't going to stay down upon them having to throw it, and so I'm ready. With Beerus looking on over to Whis by questioning, and are you sure that this is a good idea for them to go and spar here, Whis? As wouldn't it be best for us to go and hunt those rotten demons down instead for what they've done? Because I'd I'd rather them do this later, with Whis responding, well actually, I do believe that this would be what's best for the time being before we decide to go and make our move in getting back at those demons, my lord, for it is a strategic preparation and good way to fine-tune their instincts and reactions, Whis adds. And as they begin to challenge one another, they will also go as far as to uncover new strengths and weaknesses and further fostering their growth along the way. And even while doing this, their training could also prepare them both for whatever may be coming next if those demons decide to invade or attack Universe 7. And so it's best if we allow for them to do this just to see where they stand, as Goku was shown then getting into fighting position by responding, alright now Gohan, whenever you're ready, let's go and see what you're made of, son, with Gohan responding, right, and unlike before, I'll go and make sure that if that monster Myrna were to actually be brought back to life, that things end up being far different than how they were when we first encountered him, and so let's do this, Dad. Yeah, well, they better go and hurry it up and not wreck my planet as a result, Beerus went on to then quickly shout, or else I'll go and wreck both of them for doing it if they just so happen to do so, Whis. Well, I can't really promise you that they won't, my lord, Whis responds, but, well, at least this ought to take your mind off things for a while, and especially with what was shown happening here while I was away, and so let's just wait and see as to what they will do. As all the while in the meantime, when then venturing back on over within the demon realm, and now seeing the Dark Masters open up a portal and heading back into the time chamber to do Raiden's bidding, was when Demon Jogo then went on to add, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong while we wait to use those Dragon Balls again, but how much time do we have left in order for us to wait until they can be used again? Surely it can't be that long, can it? With Dark Master Toro responding, we have about 2 more hours to go and wait until the Super Dragon Balls can be used again, and from there, we will go and do exactly as Lord Raiden had instructed for us to go and do, am I clear? And so now let's move. As the Elite Demon Zaru then went on to appear by then responding, Dark Master Gira, pardon my trouble, but there is a very important matter that I wish to speak to you about immediately, with Gira having to then respond, ah, Zaru, and what exactly may be troubling you that you wish to go and speak to me about, Demon? As this had better be good, for I am not to have my time be wasted after Lord Raiden had already given us an order, with Zaru responding, my deepest apologies for holding you up on your time, but I regret to have to inform you that the mortal Saiyan who had been held captive by you had been freed. The Saiyan is no longer within his containment chamber and has already fled from the demon realm, with Gira having to then respond, wait, what? But that's impossible, Zaru! And so how are you to be sure of this? How was that Goku able to escape and find his way back into the living worlds? Explain yourself now, with Zaru responding, while gathering and preparing some of our forces to move into Universe 11, I couldn't help but sense something very strange that was coming from within the ridges of the Western Canyons, and that was when I saw it for myself. I felt the mortal's presence, and when I looked down to get a better look at what was happening, he was gone, which ultimately means that the mortal couldn't have escaped back into his world without the aid of a fellow demon within our ranks, and I think I have a very good idea on who exactly this was that went and set him free. A traitor amongst the demon realm, Gira questions, and you're sure about this? Because if that's the case, then you listen to me and you listen up very well, Zaru. Find them right now. Find the traitor within our ranks and deliver him to Lord Raiden immediately, as the rest of the Dark Masters and I will wait and guard the Super Dragon Balls, but if you happen to know on who exactly this was who was responsible for this, then they will need to be executed and made into an example, understand? As I want this
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go on it.
What is this place?
Welcome.
I'm shivering.
Thanks.
is this box?
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus! Oh man.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You're a big help.
Oh no! You really
Come
want
on,
to
bro. Don't
save
steal my
me?
cubes.
Someone save me!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Thanks. Flying Nimbus!
No one save the mic. Alright, he's getting saved. We have to find this A key.
Gotta get the hell out of
Oh,
here!
no, we don't.
Give me a freaking break.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Oh man. Holy hell.
The startup system is under attack. Stop the kick in. Retreat if you need to. Got it?
You're done, you! Come on! Specialty cannon! Ha! Specialty Holy hell.
I tried, man.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
You guys better not sell, bro.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
These guys sell, bro. I'm done. He has Dragon Balls.
Thank you!
If he becomes immortal, we're screwed.
State your understood.
Well, that's game.
Flying Nimbus!
Nothing we can do.
He became immortal, so no damage will do anything.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
I usually don't like to use the escape time machine, but literally there's nothing we could do.
Treacherous vermin to suffer for daring to defy our authority, and so find them and bring them to Lord Raijin at once, with Zaru having to respond, "As you wish, Lord Gira, for I think I know on where he might be trying to hide, so finding him will be certainly the least of my troubles, as I mostly look forward in delivering this traitor to Lord Raijin myself. And so I can assure you that I will not fail," as Toro went on to address Gira by responding, "I said now, Gira, and I will not go and repeat myself to you again. Hurry and get a move on so that we may all be ready to use the Super Dragon Balls now. That is an order, demon." "Yes, understood, Lord Toro," Gira responds, "for I will be with you all in just a moment. Now listen, Zaru, I want eyes and ears all throughout the demon realm, as I want to ensure that there are no other traitors who are hiding among us. Do you understand? For you are to gather the other elites and follow General Raiga's command unless Lord Raijin tells you otherwise, for I want every single one of these backstabbing demons dead. No excuses, no mercy," Gira adds, "as we are to see to it that absolutely nothing goes wrong, especially with Master Raijin now awake and freed from his prison, Zaru. Now go and weed these rodents out and destroy them, for there is much for us to do and that needs to be done so that we may have our day, demon, and so now go and find him," with Zaru having to respond, "Oh, I can assure you that you have my word, Lord Gira, as this is what I was born to do after all, and I think I know on just where to find that little rat for what he went and did now, traitor." To which elsewhere in the demon realm, as both Dubo and Kibi were shown having to walk amongst the other demons, was when Kibi then went on to respond, "Tell me something, Master Dubo, is Lord Raijin preparing for the invasion of the other realms, which happens to include the 12 mortal universes that the Saiyan Goku happens to come from? If the mortal is based in one of the 12 universes," Dubo responds, "then yes. But when push comes to shove, you must not hesitate despite how you feel, do you understand? For he is not your friend and he never will be," Dubo adds, "as our loyalty is to the throne and to the demon realm, boy. And so he may have spared your life within the moment, but that doesn't mean that he will do it again, especially when war comes knocking at his front door, Kibi, and so this you must understand. And so therefore, whenever Lord Raijin calls for us to be at war, then you must be ready for battle, even if that means that you must face that Saiyan again," with Kibi responding, "Well, I understand and never once claimed that I wasn't going to fight on behalf of the demon realm, but I guess you're right," unbeknownst to Kibi, with a hand being shown sticking on out from behind him and responding, "But the Saiyan did happen to mention something about how our true enemies are not those who we are led to believe, but instead the Dark Masters themselves," which he also went on to mention how, but then, it was only just before Kibi even had the opportunity to finish, was when from out of nowhere, that was when Zaru went on to grab onto the back of Kibi's neck via a portal by then responding, "There you are, you little worm. I knew that this was where you were, and so you're coming back with me, you little traitor. As I know everything, demon, and so now you're coming with me." To which, as soon as Zaru was then shown pulling Kibi into the portal, was when Dubo then went on to shout, "No, no, no, not like this, no. Oh, hang on, Kibi!" As it was only within that very moment back over on the other side, with Zaru now shown having to throw Kibi on the ground before Lord Raijin with his back turn, was when Zaru then went on to continue, "And here you thought that I wouldn't catch on in finding out about what you were doing, you little rats, for you have a lot of explaining to do, boy. And so you better stand back up and start talking, because you don't want to keep Lord Raijin waiting any longer, demon." What nonsense is this?" Kibi went on to then suddenly question. "What are you talking about, Zaru? I know nothing about what you speak of, and so what is the meaning of this? Why was I brought here, and what are you looking for me to answer about, Zaru?" With Zaru then responding, "Do you think your deeds would remain in the shadows, Kibi? For I was there in the canyons when you led the Saiyan to freedom," Zaru went on to point out to Kibi by responding, "defying the orders of our leaders, and now your betrayal is exposed for all to see, especially before Lord Raijin, traitor. For it was you who had went and freed the Saiyan from his captive chamber, as it was you who had guided him through the canyons and back into his world, as it will be you who will pay for spitting in Lord Raijin's and the Dark Master's faces in the end," with Kibi responding, "What? How could you say such a thing, Zaru? You have no proof of this, and so how could you accuse me of such a thing when I wasn't even there? How do you even know that it was me that you have claimed to seen, Zaru?" With Zaru responding, "Because I saw you with my very own eyes, you coward, and so now are you calling me a liar, Kibi?" But then, it was only during the middle of their heated exchange was when Raijin was shown having to turn his head by then interrupting and responding, "That's enough, Zaru, for I will go and deal with this myself, as you have been accused of a grave betrayal, young demon. As freeing a captive prisoner is no small crime, for if these allegations hold true, then I want you to know that my wrath will be boundless for your actions, as betraying our cause by releasing any prisoner is a heinous act that directly goes against my order, along with the orders of the Dark Masters who set them in place. For I have no reason to doubt Zaru's word."
What do you think of it? Quite the color, Oh, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end. Pitiful. Such is the way of human pests. I will finish you off nice. Here's how to lock the power keys. Then place them in the right spots. You found the power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it.
Bond key, quick.
What's this?
The key is the most annoying one on this map.
Flying Nimbus!
Gotta go head over there now.
Bunny's down. Exercise extreme caution. That's a new power key.
Oh, giving me a large cube, homie.
Holy hell.
Welcome. Thank you.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power. Place it now.
How did this guy get almost level 3? Pretty quick.
Big help.
An ally needs your help. Think before rushing in.
Greedy ass nigga, I needed some of those cubes.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going out. A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
It's over. You should learn when to quit. And just like that, you're overwhelmed again. Ow! Guess I got no choice.
One's Kayla, bro.
Don't know what danger awaits. Rushing in. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use. Flying Nimbus!
There's nothing I could do.
I'm going to bed, guys. It's 3:09 a.m. Time to go to sleep. I didn't even go to sleep yesterday. I pulled a 24-hour. Patrick, thank you for coming. Remember, if you're new here, give the video a thumbs up, subscribe, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for watching. Peace.